Actively cools or warms to help you fall asleep and stay asleep.
And now, get early access to our biggest sale of the year. Save 25% on the new Comfort Next Luxe for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
I spent years living in fear of calcium oxalate crystal stones, always afraid of when the next one would hit. Now, I just take Kidney Cop.
Battling calcium oxalate stones? It's time to try Kidney Cop, a doctor-recommended kidney supplement that has been shown in laboratory tests to reduce the growth rate of calcium oxalate crystals by 99%. Get Kidney Cop today at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
Your heart's rhythm is what keeps you moving through life. And when AFib throws it off, every beat matters. The elite team at Deborah Heart and Lung Center diagnose and treat AFib with advanced technology and a focused expertise, measurably better outcomes from one of the leading heart hospitals in the nation. From diagnosis through recovery, it's the team that's with you every step of the way. Because when it's your heart, don't take chances. DemandDeborah.org.
There's nothing simple about choosing an engagement ring. Most people don't know where to start. That's why they turn to Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton. JR will walk you through every step, diamonds, settings, styles, and how to choose what actually fits their budget and their partner. There's no pressure and no confusion, just straightforward guidance and a wide selection to compare with confidence. The goal is simple. Leave knowing you made the right decision. Family & Company Jewelers in Marlton, New Jersey, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Enjoy the comfort of endless hot water with a Bradford White tankless water heater. Bradford White tankless water heaters provide continuous hot water on demand. So whether you're the first person to shower or the fifth, the water will stay perfectly hot the whole time. It's performance you can count on and peace of mind for years of reliability that comes from choosing Bradford White. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White tankless water heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
Hair Volume for New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
When I grow up, I want to be a new pair of blue jeans.
When I grow up, I want to be a kid's first computer.
When I grow up, I don't want to be a piece of garbage. And if you recycle me, I won't be.
Give your garbage another life. Recycle. Learn how at iwanttoberecycled.org. Brought to you by Keep America Beautiful and the Ad Council.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Milwaukee Democratic County Executive David Crowley declared the winner over self-proclaimed Democratic Socialist Francesca Hong in the Milwaukee governor's race. Hong addressed his supporters Tuesday night.
No matter who wins this primary, we're going to continue to fight for each other. We are going to collectively reject despair. And we are going to unite.
Representative Tom Tiffany won on the Republican side. South Carolina Republican Senator Darlene Graham inching closer to permanently succeeding her brother Lindsey, who died last month. Graham had the support of President Trump and will face Representative Ralph Norman in a runoff. And Russia has released a U.S. Marine veteran who had been in prison for more than 4 years, following reports that Robert Gilman was gravely ill and at risk of dying behind bars. America's listening to Fox News.
Feel the power of the Acura Integra. You control how you move with its integrated dynamic system. Take the wheel of the ADX with available premium Bang & Olufsen sound. Experience the power of the MDX together with space for 7 passengers. But why keep talking? Experience performance that speaks for itself. Acura.
Visit Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester for a test drive today.
Hurry into the Acura Summer of Performance event happening now.
The working families of Laona Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
The Bloomberg Market Minute brought to you by Monastra Financial Group. Guidance you can trust.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. A big Wall Street bank is making a big bet on U.S. innovation.
Morgan Stanley said it will seek to facilitate about $1.5 trillion of investment activity tied to the U.S.'s push for innovation and the infrastructure needed to bolster it. It will focus on 3 areas, including innovation platforms and strategic industries, infrastructure and capital for growth companies. Morgan Stanley joins peers vowing to work more on initiatives core to the U.S. Last year, J.P. Morgan Chase said it would funnel $1.5 trillion into industries that bolster U.S. economic security and resiliency. Good news if you eat a lot of chicken. Poultry companies are dealing with a glut of chicken, producing more than people can buy. That's driving prices down and creating an even more inviting alternative to beef that continues selling at near record highs. Dow Jones cites industry data showing that wholesale prices for chicken has fallen more than a third over the past year. Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
If you have been in a car accident in the past and have settled your case, I may have some good news. Some unethical lawyers have people known as runners who come directly to your hospital room or home and solicit your case. It's a disbarable offense. Anyone that would hire these scumbags needs to have their heads examined. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Now for the good news. If this happened to you, we will sue these lowlifes and fight to get all your fees back. And then look and see if these bottom feeders also malpracticed your case and sue them for that too. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Visit forthepeople.com for a free consultation or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. If someone does this to you, call the Bar Association and report them. Let's fight these bums. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Don't miss the huddle at Citizens Bank Park on Sunday, August 23rd at 1:35 when the Phils play the Cardinals, and kids 14 and under receive a Pico Bryce Harper football jersey. Grab tickets today at Phillies.com. Be first in line to secure a 2027 Phillies season ticket package before the public on sale. Gain access to benefits such as price savings, incredible seat locations, and more. Reserve yours at Phillies.com/season deposits.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
The Friends and Family Savings Event is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on Monogram appliances. Featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability, you'll love expertly engineered and purposefully designed Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on a Wednesday morning, August 12th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. Dawn Stensland with the news. Tony Bruno in for Greg Stocker this morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's Wednesday. Wednesday. We started 6 a.m. I started at like 4 a.m. I couldn't sleep last night. I'm so excited, guys. Let's do this.
I was excited.
He's ready to go. I love it. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly at the Wheels of Steel on a morning in which we have so much to get to, including, what happened to holiday-hating Hong in Wisconsin?
She was wrong.
She was, and so were the prediction markets.
Yeah.
So were the polls. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Nick. Doing great. We're finally beating the heat, you guys.
That's right.
Thank goodness.
First the communists,
not the heat.
And then the heat.
It's not the heat, Dawn.
No, babe, what is it?
It's the stupidity that gets you all the time.
But it's a dry heat, Tone. It's a dry heat.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Oh, Tony Bruno, how you feeling, buddy? You've been up for, 2 hours and 2 minutes already?
I couldn't sleep, when I found out last night that Greg, and we hope Greg's all right, but they said Greg contacted Miss Robin and said, hey, can you fill in for me tomorrow? And I said, of course, it's Wednesday.
Yeah.
And we start at 6 a.m.
Yeah.
And then I tried to go to sleep at 11 o'clock, and then it was 11:20, then it was midnight, then it was 3. But I'm ready to go.
Yeah.
No excuses. This isn't the WNBA. We play to win the game.
Exactly right.
Yeah, baby.
Stocker's having a little bit of voice issues, he said, so he has to rest up. He's got big corporate responsibilities coming up, so that's what happens when you try. Remember, Dawn, yesterday, he imitated Bobby Kennedy.
Oh, that's right.
So if you try to do an RFK impression,
grovel.
You might end up losing your vocal cord. And you
the
don't
only
want
person who can do that. The only person who can do that is Anna Hummel.
Yes,
she could do a great Bobby Kennedy, and she never has problems with her voice because she's younger.
That's right. That's right. She's like
and
15.
Sean. Sean's he's the youngest of them all, right?
That's right. and he does Trump. But that doesn't require the levels that you have to get to be like
Bobby Kennedy.
To do Bobby Kennedy. Exactly right. We have a ton to get to on the show today. Obviously, we're going to get into some of the results, none bigger in the primaries last night than what happened on the Democrat side with Francesca Hong. You might remember her. She wanted to cancel Thanksgiving. She's very aware of her proximity to whiteness. Something tells me that doesn't play well in the state of Wisconsin. Yeah.
And guess what? She lost to a moderate black guy.
Yes.
How racist of the voters to vote for a black man over Francisca Hong, who has no idea what she is or who she is. At least she could go back to cooking Thanksgiving dinner and not worrying about Christmas or all the other heinous holidays that she reportedly hates.
Exactly. I got to give Dawn credit. Dawn, you said yesterday, we were discussing this late in the show, I think we even had a clip of Crawley where he didn't like being deemed the establishment. And I said, well, anytime you run against the communists, you're always going to be labeled the establishment by the other side. And you said, he's got a shot.
Yeah.
And I laughed.
Yep.
I laughed. Dawn was right.
Keep hope alive. No, my mom was born and raised in Wisconsin. I still have family there. And so I'm just keeping hope alive for Wisconsin, an important swing state. And everybody wanted to say, oh, look at the way Michigan went 1 week ago, and now look at Wisconsin. I think, as we always say, all elections are local.
That's
look
true.
at the candidate, and she was just a horrible,
That's true.
horrible choice.
They are all local.
Well, even Bernie and AOC, between freezing her eggs and dumping her long boyfriend, even she refused to go to Wisconsin to pimp this woman. Even Bernie with the oligarchs refused to go there. I think Hassan Piker went there, but he's on a losing streak that's, I think, approaching a record now. That moron.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry. But continue, though.
No, we have not seen a losing streak for Hassan Piker since the Jets rattled off 12 straight losses last fall. Phil can relate to that.
I love it.
But you did bring up Piker. That'll be one of the stories we get into today. Big take theme today. We're going to talk a little bit about the historic levels for murder rates in this country hitting historic lows. That'll be a part of the big take, the good, the bad, the ugly. Also, we're going to get into a segment. We're going to call it Piker's Pit. I'm going to play off of a little wrestling theme with some of Hassan Piker's greatest hits and now how he's in his feelings that the receipts are coming out. Also, no more gender surgeries for minors on U.S. taxpayer dollars. That comes out of the White House yesterday. And then one of our colleagues up in Odyssey, New York, at WFAN, the great Boomer Esiason, goes on an epic WNBA rant about race when it comes to Sophie Cunningham and all of the nonsense that has nothing to do with basketball in a league that hasn't generated $1 in damn near 30 years. We'll get to all of it today. But let's get to the news first. Round number one at 6:06. Here is the great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal and Company News Live. It is Wednesday. We've got August the 12th, 77 degrees this morning. It's the first day in, 6 days where we beat the heat wave in the mid-90s. So a little bit of heat relief, if you will. But will that bring stormy weather or windy weather? We'll get to all of it. But we are sponsored this morning by National Liberty Museum in the news. Before I get to people who are not making a difference as far as the daily docket of crime and accused criminals, let's talk about somebody and pay tribute to somebody who we know this family. We all know this family well, and we've been impacted by this family. That's the Klein family. So I'm sad to report this morning that Philadelphia native and noted great lady, philanthropist Janet Klein has died at the age of 96. Of course, she was the widow of the late, great Lou Klein, who was a mentor of mine and of so many of us. These are great Philadelphians. And so Janet, she joins Lou in heaven. Of course, she dedicated much of her life to the preservation of local history, Fairmount Park Commission, Philadelphia Historical Commission. I knew her well and served on the PAL board, Police Athletic League board with her. But of course, she and her husband, Lou Klein, pioneer, longtime Temple instructor, and the Lou Klein School of Communications at Temple University, where, of course, our own Nick Kayal is an alum.
And Tony Bruno.
And Tony Bruno as well, the iconic.
And Harry Mays.
And Harry Mays. Anybody else? Jimmy Kelly? No, not Jimmy.
I think that's it.
But many of you waking up to this news. So we're just wanting to pay tribute to somebody who truly made a difference. And that was her goal each and every day. Every time I saw her, she was always talking about helping everybody else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Back when Temple was great. We need to make Temple great again, Dawn.
Well, I think, okay, I'll just say this. Temple is a great university. Yeah. It's the North Philadelphia neighborhood, unfortunately.
Correct.
But the Luke Line School of Communications, that building is beautiful coming up here. And Temples are great. Both my boys would have gone there had not. I report every morning on what goes on in North Philadelphia.
Great bang for your buck, honestly.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So we just pay tribute to her and more to come as far as city tributes and all of that, but just couldn't start with bad news when we think about somebody who just has impacted so many thousands and generations, right, of Philadelphians and beyond. Mm-hmm. So Janet Klein. Let's get to it. I'll turn to Penn State. We've talked a lot about Penn State student William Billy Schmidt. Penn Stater would have been starting his senior year at Penn State this year. June 6th was the evening that we learned, and tragically we've been reporting on Billy Schmidt's murder that happened. Cold-blooded killing, unarmed, robbed for his cell phone as he was walking home to his dad's house there in South Philadelphia. So a man wanted for two different alleged to have committed these, but a man wanted for robbery with links to the murder of Billy Schmidt turned himself in finally into U.S. Marshals Service yesterday. This according to U.S. Marshals Service as well as local police. This guy is ID'd as 19-year-old Gaddafi Fleming, wanted for robbery, also considered a person of interest in the theft of an off-duty Philadelphia police officer's vehicle, as well as the assault of that officer. And so he did indeed turn himself in. Remember yesterday we talked about that immediate cash reward. And so he turned himself in. So that's a good thing. This 19-year-old, by all accounts, already a career criminal with quite the rap sheet, unfortunately. And his younger brother, 16-year-old younger brother, is charged in Billy Schmidt's killing, by the way. And his 16-year-old brother had turned himself in earlier. They were still looking for the big brother, the 19-year-old. So we've got all of that swirling, but he did indeed turn himself in. Yeah. So relief to everybody.
The key point I think that you're making is 19 years old, already a career criminal, not to channel my inner stalker firing squad, but no, he's right. Like, these people cannot be redeemed. There's no such thing, I think, as rehabilitation. You make a one-off incident when you're 14 or 16 or 19, okay, yeah, there might be hope for you. But when you're 19 and have a rap sheet as long as the Old Testament, I'm sorry, you're done. You're a lost cause. Nobody can course correct an individual like that. This guy's going to be in and out of the system for the rest of his life, and hopefully, with whatever they're charging him with, he doesn't see the light of day for a long time.
How sad is that? Right? Yeah, 16 and 19-year-old brothers.
I think reality, right? It's a learned behavior.
Yeah. Well, we told you yesterday that as far as their stepfather, remember, he was also charged, and their mom was charged, accused of sort of enabling them, helping them, God bless you, get away as the getaway driver, the stepdad. Mm-hmm. And so he was facing charges as well. Let's take you to Cheltenham School Board. Man, that was a packed meeting last night. This is Montgomery County, where a packed meeting with community members, parents of the school, but also community members, some of them parents who pulled their kids out of Cheltenham High School. Why? Well, because they wanted to make calls for accountability. This after many controversies involving the Cheltenham School District in recent week, but the big one that I've been reporting now for 2 different school years. This includes the charges filed in connection with the assault of a 15-year-old Cheltenham High School student, a boy, on the football team. That happened a year ago when we learned that they were hazing him. The allegation was it was attempted to sodomize him with a broomstick. That was one of the allegations. 4 of those coaches were fired. The superintendent now turning in the resignation. Just a horrible story, and parents mortified by this, calling for accountability.
Yeah. That's the story where they canceled the season, right?
Yes. Nick, they canceled it about this time a year ago canceled that season.
Yep.
And then when they learned more and videos turned up, some of the students, they did get some of the videos. And so then they decided to, in fact, cancel this season as well.
Oh, I feel bad for the kids that are being punished for this. 2 straight years.
And the guy in charge just resigned, right, last week.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, Tone, the superintendent, but as well, you've got 4 coaches. And the allegation here, and the reason that they canceled this year's season as well, is the allegation that these coaches actually knew. They knew a year ago what was going on, that they allegedly, turned the other way, never reported to the victim's mom, and they're accused of, those coaches are actually accused of telling the players not to tell their parents.
Ooh.
So parents are all the parents.
Yeah.
I mean, man, it was a heated meeting. As they're saying, some parents saying, this is not right. What they're saying, what the allegation now is, they want a bigger investigation. They say that this is not just isolated to the football team or to this particular high school.
No.
That there's a culture of violence, of letting things go, of a lack of accountability. So that obviously is a huge concern and will be, of course, and Department of Education now is involved with this. So they're investigating the district as part of a nationwide initiative focused on protecting students from any kind of abuse, but in particular sexual abuse. And that's a focus that we've seen with the Trump administration cracking down on the culture of this kind of a thing. So that investigation announced by the U.S. Department of Education. Locally here, the school board announcing they hired a private attorney to lead an independent review now of the district's policies and procedures. And they vowed to these parents and community members they will answer back on that one.
Okay.
So we have that one going on. We have a really sick story. This one with Pennsylvania mother and her boyfriend charged with child endangerment after her 4-year-old son was found beaten, bruised, and even burned. And so this is a Pennsylvania story. This one, after weeks of follow-ups, according to Children and Youth Services doctors, even the 4-year-old little boy's father, the real dad. And so they've now arrested Raheem Floyd, who's 29 years old, as well as the child's mother, Brianna Nolte Maple. She's 32. And this is out of Harrisburg. The reason a lot of people are talking about this is the boyfriend, 29-year-old Raheem Floyd, was actually serving a lengthy prison term for a murder charge. He was paroled on a murder rap out of the Harrisburg area. And now he is with the mom, becomes the boyfriend of the mom, and is now arrested accused of basically torturing and burning this little boy with a lighter. It's absolutely horrific.
And he was paroled?
And this guy was paroled. He had actually pleaded out. He had pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and was sentenced to 15 years.
It's amazing.
They paroled him early.
Firing squad.
Yes.
Exactly.
Greg Stocker speaks with, from the bed, from the sick bed.
From afar.
Too often, and I know, Nick's wife, Kristen, I call her Martyr Saint Kristen, but she worked in Pennsylvania as a social worker.
17 years.
And I imagine this strikes your wife.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Every day it would strike her, and then she'd come home at 5 o'clock, and you would have thought she was a bank teller. She never like carried it home with her, compartmentalized, which is, I think, very difficult to do.
That's incredible.
Yeah. I don't think social workers get enough credit for what they endure, for the lack of pay, and then how they kind of just, they leave it at their desk at 4:59 when they punch out. At least my wife did.
That's impressive to be able to compartmentalize that. I think a lot of people cannot. So that's why we call her Martyr Saint.
Well,
one of the reasons.
The real tough stretch of her day would start at 5:15 when she had to deal with me.
We do want to talk about Pennsylvania Attorney General. This is Dave Sunday announcing a lawsuit against TikTok, and says the app's marketing practices are misleading and fail to protect young users from addiction. So this story, it's one that we've talked about. Remember, California actually had filed, that was one of the suits that they had talked about, consumer advocates, parents joining in on this, and parental groups. And so with this one, PAAG Dave Sunday announcing this lawsuit that he has filed accusing the social media giant of exposing young children, teenagers to adult-themed content, and then using more addictive features and algorithms. And so it's a concerning trend. And so we've seen this before. So will he have a breakthrough? So he had announced that. That was last night that Dave Sunday, the AG here, who's also a dad of young kids, announcing this. So I know we'll get into that as well. A lot to talk about today, but we got to talk about and thank our sponsor today. We've got National Liberty Museum. Liberty, more than freedom, liberty is the freedom to act with a purpose and for the greater good. Discover the complete story of liberty in America at the National Liberty Museum. Learn more, visit libertymuseum.org. Experience liberty tested and shaped and lived. Thank you, National Liberty Museum, for sponsoring us. We'll have weather in just a moment, but we got sports with Phil Almquist.
Thank you, Don. Sports Today is sponsored by Ashley Furniture. We'll start with the Phils, who actually took on the Cards again. Christopher Sanchez went 6 innings, giving up no runs on 4 hits while striking out 7. His ERA is now a ridiculous 2.54. Once Sanchez was gone, the Cards would, of course, scratch home a run and lead 1-0 after 7. Now, if you recall yesterday, I've actually mentioned the Phils hit into 3 double plays while in the top of the 8th with the bases loaded and no outs. Arise grounded into another, which would fall by Rio Motu, flying out to end the inning with no runs scored. Moving to the bottom of the 8th, Everson Pereira homered, giving the Cards a 2-0 lead. And how the Phils respond in the 9th with a big fat nothing and lose 2-0. The final pitch of that series, final game of that series, is actually today at 2:15.
Phil, you okay back there?
I am good. I just don't know what's going on with my mic and stuff.
Yeah, your microphone sounds all distorted. I don't know if you're like broadcasting from a library.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on right now.
Administering a standardized test
here,
back
so
there?
it's like things happen at night that come in the morning. But what the hell?
All right. Anyway,
moving to basketball real quick. Yesterday, the NBA released some of the primetime games for the year, including opening day on October 20th, which includes the Sixers facing the defending champs at MSG at 7 o'clock.
Wow.
So I've actually posted, they have the Celtics playing Detroit at 3, Sixers, Knicks at 7, and then OKC against the Spurs at 9:30.
Tony Bruno, where will you be on Tuesday night, October 20th, when LeBron James and Jaylen Brown take on the Nova Knicks?
Let me check my calendar. I know where I will not be on Christmas Day with
L.A.
with Hong or with anybody watching the NBA. Let's be honest. The NFL has now taken over Christmas Day, which used to be the NBA's.
Yep.
And then the WNBA will play a doubleheader, and then I won't watch that either on Christmas Day. But this is October 20th. I have to check my calendar, Nick. You know, I have a lot of things ahead, so I want to make sure I don't have like a dental appointment or have my Crohn's disease checked or lobotomy or colonoscopy or any other medical procedure that I will have that I don't know of at this particular hour. But
now,
I'll
Tony, what are you going to do it on the 22nd because the Sixers are home for their home opener against Cleveland?
Oof.
Wow. Another
I'm going to go
team.
to Cleveland. And I'm going to wear my LeBron jersey from Cleveland. I'm going to wear my Lakers jersey from LeBron and my Miami Heat jersey when we were not going to just win not 1, not 2, not 3 championships with the Lakers.
I think for the Sixers home opener against LeBron's former team, the Cavaliers, we should fly Tony Bruno up and have him ring the bell down at the
the bell.
What do they call it now? Xfinity Live Arena?
I don't know what it's called.
Yeah, Xfinity Mobile, whatever. It's called.
Yeah, that's it.
Are they going to? By the way, since they're building that new stadium, what are they going to do with the arena?
Probably just have concerts.
Xfinity Live.
Have concerts for guys like Phil Almquist to go down and watch. You know, like Van Halen relive their glory days.
No, Van Halen's done at this point.
Yeah.
Anyway, in Christmas Day, speaking of basketball real quick, here is the lineup for Christmas Day. The Sixers play the Lakers, speaking of the Lakers, at 5 o'clock.
Okay. All right.
Christmas Day.
At LA, right?
At
so
LA,
that's a 2 o'clock start in LA, which should be enough time for the stoners and producers in LA to stumble out of bed and go watch it at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on Christmas Day.
Damn right.
Because there will be only coal in the Karen Bass, Gavin Newsom, Los Angeles and California because it's a disaster area.
It is.
It clearly is. This Saturday, starting at 10 a.m., it's the 12-hour sale event at Ashley. Save up to 70%, plus enjoy free delivery. Plus, they're giving away prizes every hour, big savings, big giveaways, and one big day to shop. Don't miss the 12-hour sale this Saturday at Ashley. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
All right, Phil, thank you very much. Philly weather, currently 73 degrees, going up to about 87 today. Clear skies, but a possibility of a shower passing through. But let's just call it a pop-up because we're looking pretty good for the rest of the week. Temperatures in the mid to high 80s and humidity a little bit lower than it has been. By the way, here's a little weather tidbit for you as I make my transition into meteorology. You know, July was the hottest month of all time.
It's crazy.
You believe that?
Climate change. You know, unfortunately, imagine if we had this kind of heat back in the 50s. Oh, we did. We didn't call it climate change back then. We called it summer.
Philly weather brought to you by City Winery. Wine down this summer at City Winery. Wine on tap, live music, and seasonal dishes, all paired for the perfect night out in Philadelphia. Visit citywinery.com for concert and comedy calendar, reservations, and more information. We'll come back. We're going to jump into the big take. We'll break down what happened in Wisconsin last night, a major stunner as holiday-hating Hong goes down. It's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, Tony Bruno. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Health Trends, sponsored by Ethos.
Pollen may exacerbate COPD. A new Harvard study shows that high pollen levels don't just trigger allergies, they can significantly reduce lung function in people with COPD, especially for those with asthma or extra inflammation. With climate change making pollen seasons longer and more intense, experts recommend monitoring daily pollen counts, using indoor filters, and staying on top of your preventive medications. I'm Margie Schaefer.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
My name is Joanne Mattia, and I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2014. The closer you are to retirement, the more you realize that that paycheck is not going to be coming in anymore. The best thing to do is to contact Crash Proof Retirement. The Crash Proof Retirement system helps me actually to fight inflation. The fact that I can take money out monthly for my monthly expenses and still have the bulk of my money available to me and still earning interest is very, very important to me. It's not something that is stagnant. It's always growing. I have a history with Crash Proof Retirement, and it's been one of confidence and reliability. I'm retired now, and I don't worry about my income, and I don't worry about my expenses, and that's what's the most important to me.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club in Ivyland, PA on Tuesday, August 18th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Back to school season is here, and Dollar General has everything you need to start the school year strong. Don't forget to grab a pair of bright yellow sunglasses from the Yellow Glasses Project for just $2. Every purchase makes a difference, with 100% of proceeds helping support teachers, classrooms, and nonprofit organizations working to improve reading and literacy skills across the country. Stop by Dollar General today and shine bright with the Yellow Glasses Project, available now at Dollar General. The Yellow Glasses Project is a program of the Dollar General Literacy Foundation.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, I'll never steer you wrong. Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph. Or visit McCulloughsAutoRepair.com.
Summer with the family means pool days, road trips, backyard fun, and always having plenty of snacks ready to go. Tasty Cake makes it easy with seasonal favorites everyone can enjoy. Baked peach pies are filled with sweet peach flavor, while lemon cupcakes are a refreshing treat for camp lunches, family outings, or sharing after a day in the sun. Keep your family's summer snack supply stocked with Tasty Cake. Tasty Cake, accept no substitutes.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then,
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm and have resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It is 6:29, Kayal and Company live on a Wednesday morning. Tony Bruno in for Greg Stocker. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick, Dawn, and Tony. We have a lot to get to. The cut sheet coming up 7:45. Fight Club at 9:10. We have a big upset in Wisconsin last night. And a whole lot more. But Jimmy Kelly, first, let's get to a midweek Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. The Big Take, the good, the bad, and the ugly. We have a trifecta of big themes to discuss today, ranging from historically low homicide rates to the pros and the cons of the AI arms race to a possible worst-case scenario this fall, but given last night's late-night stunner, we may have changed course. Of course, all elections are local, so only time will tell. But let's begin with the good. Crime and murder data is off the charts in a positive manner in the United States of America. Who should get some of the credit? The Trump administration. A return to law and order at a federal level and the impact of apprehending violent, illegal aliens, getting them off of the streets and even out of the country cannot be undervalued. Who should get none of the credit? Progressive DAs, who routinely put career criminals with rap sheets as long as the Old Testament back on the street. Don just talked about somebody that was paroled for second-degree murder 15 years. What does he do? He burns a kid. You'll never convince me that crime is down in big blue cities because of woke prosecutors and rogue judges granting no cash bail and letting losers with dozens of priors to roam freely. Crime doesn't go down with career criminals, high recidivism rates, and no regard for law and order or human life moving about freely in society. The only end game here, incarceration, and on the illegal alien front, deportation. That is the name of the game. And that should be a message that Republicans ram down the throats of Americans for the next 80 plus days leading up to the midterms. You are safer today than you were under the previous administration, full stop. And we have finally emerged, I believe, from the post-George Floyd hell and hysteria. Cops have been, in some regards, welcomed back in. Community policing has shown its true value. And some progressive DAs, not named Larry Krasner, have been voted out of office. Axios reports the following. Violent crime continued to fall sharply across major U.S. cities during the first half of 2026, with 2 new data points showing steep declines in homicides and robberies. As first reported by Axios yesterday, the findings suggest the nation's homicide rate may be headed for another historic low. A new Major Cities Chiefs Association survey of 66 U.S. law enforcement agencies found out that homicides fell 17% during the first 6 months of 2026, compared with the same period last year, dropping from 2,611 killings to just over 2,100. Robberies declined 16.5%. Rapes are down 6%, and aggravated assault dropped another 6%. And the MCCA cautioned that the figures are preliminary and are not the final FBI crime statistics. But here's the deal. homicides were down 51% from the most recent peak of 2022 and 31% below the first half of 2019, which is, of course, before the COVID-19 pandemic and nationwide unrest of 2020. Now, let's go back just about 3 weeks ago. Here was AG Todd Blanche in mid-July. Listen and watch.
I'm pleased to testify again today to tell everybody here that we are doing just that. We are keeping America safe. Since President Trump took office, it's been said a few times this morning already, but it bears repeating. Murders are down roughly 20% nationwide. We have the lowest murder rate since 1900. Violent crime arrests are up nearly 114%. We've taken almost 5,000 child predators and human traffickers off the streets. And the Department of Justice has filed nearly 100,000 indictments and informations since January 20th, 2025. Additionally, in just the last 4 weeks, in just the last month, we've paid $96 million in claims through the Public Safety Officers Benefits Program to eligible surviving families of fallen public safety officers, even while fewer law enforcement officers were killed in the line of duty than the prior years. And obviously, these are not just numbers. Each one is a family that still has its son or daughter and an officer who came home for dinner. If you look at Washington and Memphis as examples, where we have worked with federal, state, and local partners, pulling thousands of criminals off the streets in those two cities. Homicides in D.C. are down about 60%, and overall crime in Memphis declined by more than 40%.
Run on this message. Repeat these stats over and over and over. This is a major win for Republicans, and use it to your advantage in the midterms. Phil, if you could, please post this graphic on YouTube where you will see Newark, New Jersey, a decline in violent crime at a drop-off of 65%. Look at the other big cities: Raleigh, Baltimore, Arlington, Texas, Boston, Miami, D.C., and Memphis, all with 44% declines in violent crime or higher. Now, what about our city, Philadelphia? I'm going to give you 2026 to date versus 2025 as a whole for the following violent categories: homicide, rape, robbery, and aggravated assault. Murder in 2026 in Philadelphia, 83. In 2025, there was 114. Robbery in 2026, just over 1,500. In 2025, almost 1,700. Aggravated assault in 2026, just over 4,000. In 2025, about 4,245. The only category that has gone up in Philadelphia that is on pace to eclipse last year would be rape in Philadelphia. 2026 to date, 272. Last year, only 266. So my takeaway here with that is, imagine how much better Philadelphia could do if Larry Krasner wasn't such an unbelievable bum and this city didn't just keep giving him term after term after term. So that is the good. Now let me get to the bad. At least I view it to be somewhat bad. The unchecked rise of artificial intelligence. Are there pros to it? Yes, of course. Are there cons to it? Absolutely. But here's a headline from the New York Post. Senator Bernie Sanders demands CEOs pause AI development in the interest of humanity. And just merely on that headline alone, I would agree with Bernie Sanders to some extent. Yes, that's right. To quote Mark Levin, I said it. Bernie makes a good point. No, I don't like him. Yes, I know he hates CEOs. Yes, I know he waxes on unbelievably about the oligarchies. And much like many things, Bernie Sanders ends up saying he's too late to the party and he's the wrong guy delivering the message, in large part because he's a complete fraud and a grifter. Unfortunately, though, the genie is already out of the bottle. But I want you to listen to what he says about artificial intelligence, and I don't think he's wrong on one major front. Listen and watch.
Thank you very much for joining me. I wanted to take a moment to share with you a letter that I've just sent to the three major leaders of the AI industry. And here's what the letter says. I'm going to read it verbatim. Dear Mr. Altman, Mr. Modi, and Mr. Zuckerberg, almost every day there is a new story about how your companies are losing control of the AI technology you are developing with potentially cataclysmic results. This week we learned, frighteningly, that AI has been used for the first time ever to create new viruses. As you know, this type of development in the wrong hands could lead to new bioweapons that result in the deaths of tens of millions of people. Last month, the world found out that OpenAI lost control of an AI model. The result? The model hacked into another company's computers, a clear violation of federal law. After conducting internal reviews, Anthropic and Meta reported their models similarly escaped their control. One of the targeted companies called the AI hack, quote, an unprecedented event, end quote, that deserves an unprecedented response. Yoshua Bengio, the most cited living scientist in the world, said these incidents, quote, should serve as a wake-up call, end quote.
So there's one element of that I actually agree with that loon Bernie Sanders on, the virus front. And I don't think you can have it both ways. We can't condemn gain-of-function research with Fauci and labs in China while simultaneously being on board with AI meddling in the virus game. Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman saying the following on X in response to Bernie's demand for a pause on AI, quote, China loves to hear this. America must lead the way on the AI developmental front. Otherwise, we live under China's rules. That must not happen. So Fetterman is once again queuing up the China fear porn. But guys, newsflash, America's been selling out to China decades in the making. I'm concerned more about stories like this. Headline from Fox News. New Orleans becomes the first major U.S. city to use AI for 911 calls. The Orleans Parish Communication District, which gets over 1,000 emergency calls a day, has responded, and a now retired dispatcher tells the Shreveport Times the following, quote, I was a dispatcher for 11 years, and this is the worst idea you could possibly think of, end quote. And everybody loves artificial intelligence, the convenience, the technology, making your life easier. And everybody's gearing up for Waymo, right? It's cool, bro. Here's ABC News on another disaster for AI on the Waymo front. Listen and watch this.
So we have two driverless vehicles trying to make a turn, and I guess they can't figure it out. Neither one of them are backing up. There's traffic coming behind this one, so I hope he doesn't back up. Oh, he's going to take the turn. Oh, and there you go. They figured it out.
For those without YouTube capabilities, there were two Waymos appeared in a standoff as they blocked each other from turning at an intersection in Miami Beach, Florida. After about a minute, one car decided to turn right in front of the other, sparking cheers from the bystanders watching. Now, think about this. You're in a dire, urgent 911 situation. You have a phone call where your life might be hanging in the balance. You want AI or a robot processing what could be your final few seconds, where every second counts, risking a possible glitch. I think I'll pass on that for the time being. Oh, and there's a local flair to this with the AI uprising as well. Headline from BillyPenn.com. Could self-driving SEPTA buses be coming to Philadelphia? They write, State Representative Ben Waxman's proposal to redistrict autonomous transit vehicles stirs debate over AI, cost savings, and jobs. Now that Uber Eats delivery robots are crisscrossing Philly streets, could autonomous self-driving SEPTA buses hit the pavement next? Will we become accustomed to the ghostly swiveling of their steering wheels as they maneuver 20 or 30 tons of vehicle and passengers around potholes, double-parked cars, lumbering trash trucks, and speeding hipsters on electric scooters? It appears unlikely given current bus technology, government regulations, union opposition, and SEPTA planning, but State Representative Ben Waxman isn't taking any chances. And of course, don't forget about the shootings, bums peeing, citizens being targeted. I'm sure AI will keep everybody safe in Philadelphia. But finally, let's get to the ugly. Now, I will say, maybe this doesn't have much standing today based on what happened last night in Wisconsin, but I do want to present this. And yes, it's merely a forecasted projection, but we are in election season, just over 80 days. And Republicans have wins to run on, but how effective will their ads be? I thought they were brilliant for Trump in the 2024 election. Remember the ad with Trump is for us and Kamala is for they/them? I thought it was brilliant. It landed. It worked. And obviously, here we are today. Well, you better figure out how to deal with the rise in the communists. And yes, Francesca Hong was defeated last night. Is that a brick wall for the socialists, or is that a one-off because all elections are local? Well, Nate Silver's model screams blue blizzard this November. And I'm not a huge Nate Silver guy. He gets a lot of things wrong, but I just want to throw this graphic up on YouTube for food for thought. Silver has the Senate going to the Democrats, 51-49. He has the House going to the Democrats, 233 to 202. But the Senate leans is what really stands out to me. And there's other sources out there predicting some of this as well. Ohio is apparently a toss-up. I find that hard to believe. Red state, Ohio. But there are polls out there and reports that show Vivek Ramaswamy for the governor's race is trailing based on internal numbers. Now, one thing that I adamantly disagree with, Texas. There's no shot in hell James Tallarico's a 2-1 favorite to beat Ken Paxton, right? But then again, Francesca Hong was a 97% favorite to win in Wisconsin last night, and she was knocked out like Mike Tyson via Buster Douglas circa 1990. But then I looked at Real Clear Politics, right-leaning site, and their polling shows Democrats +7 in the House, but Republicans still holding on to the Senate +2. Again, a little too close for comfort for me when the party you are competing against is now the party of communists. But we have good. Let's run on it. Let's message it. Let the people know. We have bad, and perhaps we have ugly. And the ugly is the Democrat Socialists of America, better known as the communists. And now we'll get to Francesca Hong. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Big Take brought to you by the good folks at Bucks County Estate Traders. Make a statement for summer with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces of high-quality furniture. Visit buckscountyestatedtraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield. Bucks County Estate Traders, the region's largest high-end furniture destination. If you guys want to jump in, 855-839-1210 on X at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, the great YouTube chat. Just go to youtube.com/at1210 WPHT, where you can tell any of us how brilliant we are or how stupid we are, and our takes are terrible. Dawn Stenzlin, I'll start with you. The great with the murders, the upset in Wisconsin, the rise of AI. What's standing out to you today?
So the beginning of this year, we knew from Commissioner Bethel, and I had reported it at the time, that Philadelphia was reporting the lowest crime rate in 60 years, violent crime rate in 60 years. And the comment that I remember that you and Greg Stocker and we talked about, and even I think people called in that week and said, oh, wait till the summer, because obviously this is, now at this point, mid-January, it's cold out and that sort of thing. And so I am so thankful for President Trump for shutting down the borders. And that has brought forth, you talked about, one of the hottest Julys that we've seen, but sometimes the summer heat it feels like it brings the summer crime. We haven't seen that. That is amazing. And so it just shows you, when you remove a certain element, whether it's the drugs, remember we had the tourist burglars. Do you remember that? We had, it shows you how the open border, that nobody talked about it then. Nobody's been talking about it for the past 8 months. It proves to me how the open border and just allowing people in, no mask, no vaccine card, no COVID card, and certainly nobody looking at their rap sheet, for crying out loud, just allow everybody in, and how it fueled high crime. Yes, COVID. Yes, the pandemic. The courts were shut down here. Obviously, all of that. But it just proves to me that if you leave the front door open and the back door open, are you going to encourage criminals to come in? That's exactly what Democrats and the Biden administration did.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, it is amazing to me that the GOP, Republicans, even President Trump, they should hammer this home every single day.
Wholeheartedly agree.
America, they didn't care about you. They allowed the rape, the murder, the violent crimes, the drugs, all of it. They just let it on in. And I think that, I think we talked about this a little, we touched on it yesterday. It just strikes me every single day how I'm reporting more and more crime in South Jersey and even Delaware.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I never used to do that because there was so much in Philadelphia.
Well, and Tony, think about this too. And Blanche mentioned it in his statement, but we know that Memphis and Washington, D.C. were basically there with open arms and said, okay, Trump, you want to send in some federal resources to help us with the crime? Look how low the crime is. Imagine if Larry Krasner didn't have a vendetta against Trump and said, okay, we'll take the federal assistance. Philly's numbers would be even better.
You're absolutely right. Listen, no one has hated on Larry Krasner more than I have. Remember, in 2020, he went up to New Hampshire and stood up on a folding metal chair to go up and endorse Senator Warren. So he's up in New Hampshire promoting Elizabeth Warren instead of doing his job in Philadelphia. Same thing with Gavin Newsom, Shapiro. They're all gallivanting around. Gavin Newsom's in Michigan promoting DSA candidates. These are all pandering politicians. And Krasner is the worst of the worst. I mean, even San Francisco and LA got rid of their Soros prosecutors. Philadelphia, for some reason, this guy is untouchable. I know there's stories every day about, and then he came out. He had to support a police officer last week when he came out, and everybody's giving him, throwing flowers at his feet. He did the right thing for the first time in his career because he knows he wants to be mayor, and that's his goal because he's got nowhere else to go. He has no national profile. He's a loser. And he's caused more deaths and more crime in Philadelphia than anybody, including the inept city council and the mayor of Philadelphia, who's just out grandstanding and cutting ribbons while the city, as you mentioned, we hear more crime now. And I believe because we have reporters like Mark Fusetti and all these people, the Philly crime updates, people on the streets, not news organizations, but people who report on the crimes that we see every hour, it seems, because more people are seeing the crimes and reporting them. But the regular media, the Philadelphia Inquirer and the DNC people are on the payroll here in Philly and the media. They don't report on that stuff. It's the locals that are telling everybody that there's still a lot of crime going on in Philadelphia. And all you have to do is look at the police blotter every night. It's hard to believe that crime is down in Philly when we see all of the criminals.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would say this, that with regard to Krasner, and there's no question in our minds, we've talked about it, that, that Krasner wants to make a run for mayor. I think the problem that he has is that he was here during one of the highest violent crime rates. Sherelle Parker comes in. The best thing that I think she brought to the city of Philadelphia, we've all gotten to know Philadelphia Police Commissioner Kevin Bethel. He works with all the different departments. Yep. He has worked with the feds. He has worked with the state. He's worked with everybody. Yep. And he's well respected. And I think that he and the mayor have come up with some initiatives that absolutely have complemented, but I have to say this, have complemented the fact that President Trump and this administration shut down the border. I will say as well, think about this, that crime was so bad, SEPTA was so bad, that they had to take away that jurisdiction, and that was under Shapiro. Shapiro, didn't fight that they took away the jurisdiction away from Krasner to have now a special prosecutor cracking down on SEPTA. Yep. So I think Krasner has a tough, he has to answer to all of that when he runs for mayor.
Yeah. And maybe the best thing about Sherelle Parker is that she's not Helen Gim. Think about the bullet that we dodged. Exactly. This is not like an endorsement of Sherelle Parker, but I mean, we could have had a Francesca Hong. We could have had an El Said. We could have had an AOC or a Bernie Sanders type mayor in the city. And for whatever reason, why this city continues to back Larry Krasner in elections, in large part because 13 people vote for the district attorney and Larry gets 10 of the votes. But they were like, no, we're not going down this road of progressive socialism with somebody like Helen Gim, like Sherelle Parker's, where we draw the line on leftism in the city as a mayor. And I don't think Sherelle Parker's super far left. She's clearly clearly liberal.
She's more moderate than that stooge the stooge before her. Who hasn't been seen? Has anybody seen
King?
Jim Kenney.
Prosecco King, Jim Kenney. Has anybody seen him?
No.
Is he still hanging out with that chick near the sports complex right on Broad Street across from the Columbus statue that he had in a box despite losing quarter? By the way, the other thing about people cooperating, how about Dave Sunday, the Attorney General?
Yes.
He's out there at important events, involving fraud in Pennsylvania. You know who's never at his news conferences? The governor of Pennsylvania. You ever notice the governor is not there?
Wonder
whenever
why, Tone?
Dave Sunday announces prosecution against the real scumbags who are stealing our tax dollars.
Yeah.
Why is he never there?
Right.
That's my question.
How come?
I have no political stake and I can't vote in Pennsylvania, so it's not about I don't like Josh Shapiro. I'm just saying I don't understand why Josh Shapiro is always out there doing selfies and retweeting the same thing about abortion rights and unions, the same thing day after day after day. Yet he's running for president, Newsom's running for president, and none of them stay in their own states.
Nope.
All they do is go out and campaign in Michigan.
Yep.
Imagine campaigning in Michigan. I know what's his name, Newsom out there in California doesn't care because he can't be reelected. He's running for president by going to Michigan and supporting a DSA thug like Abdul El Sayed.
We're going to get to that on the other side. The big upset in Wisconsin last night. What does it mean?
Wait, Nick. Wait.
There
apparently is a problem. Yes, they found some thumb drives in Milwaukee. And this thing may not be over, even though it's been called thumb drive problems in Milwaukee, the biggest city.
The thumb.
Yes. And all of a sudden, this one is back up in the air. Who would have thought that there'd be a 5 a.m. thumb drive dump in Milwaukee?
Steve Kornacki's head just exploded on NBC.
Frank Luntz is mad.
Yeah.
Frank Luntz is mad because he's saying, how can she was plus 25 hung.
Right.
She was plus 25 and all. This is why polls are ridiculous.
Yeah.
Plus 25 in this poll, plus 25 in the other poll, and she loses. And now, of course, the socialists are mad, so they want to go back and play with the thumb drives and try to find more votes in the middle of the night. Does that sound familiar, folks?
It does. And Frank Luntz's toupee just fell off. It's unreal. We'll get to all the details on the other side. And speaking of Dave Sunday, his deputy chief of staff was tweeting at me earlier today, and I think he's kind of criticizing something that we do in this format. And it goes along with Wisconsin. We'll get to it on the other side. I might be misinterpreting it. I'll read it, and we'll react to it.
We'll read it, and we'll do it live.
Yes, and we have thumb drives, and we have hard drives, and drive-bys, and whatever else we have.
AOC dumping her boyfriend.
Poor Riley.
While freezing her eggs. Yes,
she
dumped him.
He went to Jared, and now he's got nothing left. Poor guy. All right, we'll come back. Hour 2 is on the way. It's Nick, Dawn, and Tony. Bruno's in for Stalker. Stay right there.
Are you tired of climbing over that dirty, old, slippery tub? Your bathtub should be beautiful, functional, and safe. PJ Fitzpatrick is pleased to offer the Jacuzzi Shower System, installed in just one day, featuring low entry thresholds and designer walls and fixtures. You'll step right into luxury. Plus, PJ is offering a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Schedule your free design consultation at trustpj.com.
The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on now at Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown and Westchester, and you can get a deal so right, it almost feels wrong. Save on the Hyundai you've always wanted, like the adventure-ready Tucson or the 3-row Santa Fe with 0% financing for 60 months. That's right, 0% APR for 5 years, savings and security. How good is that? And because every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, 10 years and 100,000 miles, you'll get away with more than just a great deal. But don't wait. Get to Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown or Westchester during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on right now this summer.
You all know my guys by now, Marvin E. Cans, heating and air conditioning, and now plumbing, too. veteran founded and big supporters of our Travis Manion Foundation Radiothon. So far, summer has been hot, real hot like I can't remember. If you haven't had your AC tune-up, you better get it now. And if my guys at Marvin E. Cans feel your unit needs to be replaced, they're going to install a new Train system, TRANE, at a fair price. It's hard to stop a train. Go to marvinecans.com, marvinekanze.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate, 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate, 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Chronic inflammation, mysterious allergies, a lack of energy that just won't go away. If you've been to doctor after doctor with no real answers, the culprit might be hiding right inside your home or workplace. Toxic mold exposure is a silent health crisis. It wreaks havoc on your immune system and is frequently missed by traditional medicine. But you don't have to suffer in the dark. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the compassionate healthcare providers at Innovative Medical Associates are here to help you regain your quality of life. At their Marlton, New Jersey clinic, the team specializes in identifying and treating complex, unknown symptoms through holistic, non-intrusive therapies. Using customized autoimmune therapy and medical hydration, Dr. Molly works to safely clear out mold toxicity, reduce inflammation, and heal your immune system from the inside out. Don't settle for just managing your symptoms. Get back to living. Call Innovative Medical Associates today or visit innovativemedicalassociates.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. For more than 40 years, Rescue Natural Supplements has helped people take charge of their health, and right now, they're saying a big thank you to those who have trusted Rescue with their wellness needs during their Customer Appreciation Sale going on now. Save an incredible 50% when you mix and match any 5 or more single bottles, and your order ships free. Just use that promo code VIP50. Whether you're focused on heart health, healthy cholesterol, joint comfort, cognitive support, digestion, or simply feeling your best every day, this is the perfect time to stock up on the premium formulas that you know and trust, or experience the difference that Rescue can make for the very first time. Visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak with a product consultant ready to help you find the supplements that fit your health goals. Don't miss Rescue's biggest thank you of the year. Save 50%, get free shipping when you mix and match 5 or more single bottles. Just use that promo code VIP50 at res-q.com.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
It is hour number 2. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company on this Wednesday. A What Up Wednesday. Tony Bruno with us in for Greg Stocker. So we have Bruno on a What Up Wednesday for the full 4. It's Nick, Dawn, and Tony. 855-839-1210. All right, so let's get into the big overnight story, the plot twists, the developments, and the upset, and what people are chirping about on social media. And that is Francesca Hong, who was considered widely to be the favorite in the Wisconsin gubernatorial Democratic primary, where she was supposed to face off against Trump-endorsed Tom Tiffany, the Republican. And then all of a sudden, they played the game. You can forecast, you can prognosticate, you can set odds and spreads and polls, but eventually you have to play the game. And David Crowley, who was deemed to be the more moderate establishment candidate for the Democrat primary, looks to have pulled off the upset of Francesca Hong. But Tony, last night, even guys like Steve Kornacki on NBC were kind of blown away by this thumb drive story.
Exactly. I mean, that's the story right now. And the thing that never happens seems to be happening whenever there's a close election. Oh, let's go to the thumb drives in Milwaukee, of all places. Mm-hmm. Obviously, Milwaukee, the most liberal city, right outside of Green Bay. But this is the thing right now, because, Frank Luntz is flipping his wig this morning about it, too. He's angry. He demands that they look into this. So apparently there were 5 thumb drives that were found in Milwaukee in the middle of the night. Sound familiar, Pennsylvania and all the swing states in 2020?
Oh, I thought we weren't allowed to say that anymore.
This isn't an opinion. This is what's happening right now. So again, even if she conceded, she was told that she lost, but now because the machine, you notice Bernie Sanders did not go there with AOC. AOC was breaking up with her boyfriend and freezing her eggs. Her brain, by the way, has been frozen much longer than that.
Dang.
Yes.
She's freezing her eggs, dumps her boyfriend, and now she deleted a post where she talked about dumping her roly-poly white dude boyfriend. Right. So, by the way, Michelle Tafoya did win the Republican primary
in Dawn's other state
for the Senate,
Minnesota.
Nut job Penny Flanagan, the Democratic nominee, and Senator Amy Klobuchar, which everybody knew, she gave up her Senate seat.
Yeah.
So that she could run for governor and replace Tim Walz. And she may be just as bad as Tim Walz if she becomes governor.
I don't know if anybody could be that bad.
Tim Walz is pretty
She's complicit. She's complicit in the whole thing. Yeah. And that's a shame. But good for Michelle Tafoya.
Yep.
And that's the bottom line. And then you have Peggy Flanagan.
Yep.
She's way far left. She's the woman who wears trans kids shirts, and she's another DSA nutcase in Minnesota. And it's a shame to see Minnesota, a great state, Dawn. Mm-hmm. I mean, the Philadelphia Eagles and Minnesota have something in common. They won their first ever Super Bowl in Minnesota. I was there for that. And it's a great state. They get the snow off the grounds in the wintertime.
Oh, yeah.
People don't worry about, I'm not going to go to school today because there's an inch of snow on the ground. They know how to clear snow. But the problem is that, it's now Somaliland. Mm-hmm. And the Somali residents are now more preferred over the local Minnesota residents, especially in Minneapolis and St. Paul. I mean, the mayor of St. Paul is not even a U.S. citizen. You saw that, right, Dawn?
Oh,
not even a U.S. citizen is the mayor of St. Paul, Minnesota.
It's insane. And, to your point, it's where I went to journalism school at the U of Minneapolis there. So the Hubbard School of Journalism. And you're right. First of all, it can be 50 below zero in a blizzard. And it's like, oh, don't you know, we got to put on the big parka. I mean, everybody just goes, it's just, life as usual. But you're right. I will say for Michelle Tafoya, who's I think will bring a breath of fresh air. We learned during the whole Minneapolis situation, we learned that most of Minnesota is outraged by what's going on there as far as all that fraud. Mm-hmm. And we keep hearing the numbers of it looks like hundreds of millions of dollars of all this fraud that they've been committing. And so I think the majority of Minnesotans and taxpayers are outraged. But what you see is the media center. So you see the liberal area where you see some protesters in Minneapolis.
Twin Cities.
Yeah. But I think the rest of the states.
The problem with Minnesota, especially Minneapolis, is the Star Tribune is another corrupt newspaper. The guy who operates it is a Tim Walz buddy. Mm-hmm. And so there's never any, it's like the Inquirer in Philadelphia with Democrats.
Mm-hmm. They're not going to hold accountable.
Exactly. So Tim Walz is going to slink out of this whole thing as he's replaced by the governor, probably by Amy Klobuchar. But Tim Walz is going to walk away scot-free, and he's still out there crying about Trump when he should just go away or be he should be in jail for what he did in that city, for what he did to scam, to get, I don't know why he was picked as the nominee for vice president. I mean, that thing to me still stinks to the high heaven. And I'm no Josh Shapiro fan, but the party screwed over Josh Shapiro for vice president.
Pennsylvania Passover.
This loser. Yep. Because nobody knew who he was until that happened.
Well, he's down to about 4 or 5 months.
Expect for the next 11 months for me to ride you like you've never been ridden.
Yeah, exactly right. Now he's out there playing golf in the woods, posting stupid videos on social media. So last night in Wisconsin, so here's the updated vote total. David Crowley, 39.8% of the vote to Francesca Hong's 39.4%. He has, when they called the race, and she has since conceded, he had about a 3,200 vote lead. And this was as of 2:20 in the morning with 98.2 expected votes. Reportedly, there was an estimated remaining 15,000 votes out there.
Bless you.
And my big takeaway is, and I love the fact that we have Tony today, but boy, I wish Stalker could pop in for 10 minutes. This is one of those things where I've been arguing again. Stalker's position is that he believes eventually AOC will be president, and we have that bet. Greg and I have a bet. He doesn't really want me to come to his pool and clean it topless on YouTube Live, but if I lose the bet, that's what I'm willing to do.
I'll do that for free. I'll do that for free.
If I win the bet, he has to carry my golf clubs at Bluebell Country Club, and the bet is that I do not believe AOC will ever be president, in large part because I don't believe a female socialist or a communist, whatever you want to call them, will ever win enough of the swing states to get to 270 electoral votes of the Electoral College. Now, here's the thing, too. A lot of people have been saying this, and Don, I'm curious your thoughts on this right off the top, because the notion is, well, we'd rather, as I say we, Republicans, would rather run against a communist than a more moderate Democrat because it's easy to point out the absurdities of the far left socialist communist representatives like El Said, like Hong, insert whoever. But you know what? The more I thought about that, if you can knock them off in a primary and have the more normal Democrat, if a normal Democrat is even a thing, I'd rather just get them eliminated from the equation as soon as possible and not roll the dice in the fall in a head-to-head general election. Am I wrong in thinking that, or would you rather go against the communists and then?
Oh no, I said that yesterday.
Okay.
I mean, I think that this is so for David Crowley, and he was, I think, the top elected official in Milwaukee. And you talked about, the cities, and I think that this rings true for us here in Pennsylvania. So I'll do a comparison. For Milwaukee, when you think about Milwaukee, that's, I think, a more old school, if you will. Think about the African-American vote and think about the fact that David Crowley is an African-American man.
Correct.
He was endorsed by the governor, top elected official in Milwaukee, right? So he's the one who wins this. I think he's certainly, we can agree, he's not the far left liberal woke guy. He's the more what would you say, old school Democrat kind of party.
Okay. He's as close to moderate as you can get in this world of far left and far right.
Correct.
I mean, he's a moderate Democrat. And that's the amazing thing because, all these fringe things that she was talking about and then had to backtrack. And yesterday she was talking about she wanted to be a sports reporter. And then I tweeted back, well, she should have come to Philadelphia because her bad takes would equal Mike Sealski's at the Philadelphia Inquirer. You know what I mean? Because that was her closing argument yesterday, that she wanted to be a sports reporter because she had a lot of bad takes on sports. I mean, bad takes on sports gets you hired as a sports reporter. How did she not get that job anywhere?
Get you morning drive at WIP. The hell? Yeah, I mean, she is crazy, and this came back to bite her in the ass. I mean, 2 straight weeks where she was being clobbered with receipts. And when the election results came in, and I was up this morning at 4:20, and I looked and I pulled up my phone, and I saw she lost. I mean, I was stunned. So I saw Politico of all places write about her loss. So I said, Phil, print me this. I know what the New York Post is going to say. I know what Fox is going to say. I want to see what left-wing media is saying about the upset. Here's what the headline is. The far left hits a wall. This is Politico. The movement had been riding high off of a string of primary election victories this cycle, but Francesca Hong's loss on Wednesday led to an immediate round of finger-pointing. DSA socialist Francesca Hong's stunning loss in Wisconsin revealed limits to the far left's power, and it's undercutting the narrative of an emerging insurgency. While progressive Peggy Flanagan cruised by 20 points in Minnesota's Senate primary, and last week the further left, Abdul El-Sayed, squeaked through his Senate race in Michigan, Hong, the furthest left of the three, received no major national support and fell short. For a movement that has been riding high off of a string of victories this cycle, including recent wins in New York and Colorado, the deflating Wisconsin result led to an immediate round of finger-pointing on the far left. Some dyed-in-the-wool Democratic socialists blame fellow travelers who didn't join the effort to boost Hong. More institutional-leaning progressives argued she was a fatally flawed candidate with a long string of gaffes and that her loss shouldn't be read as a referendum on the broader movement. Quote, she got clobbered by the national media, didn't respond as deftly as Abdul, and didn't have time to build a counter-narrative. The negative publicity the last 2 weeks seemed to have taken its toll. I mean, Tony, think about this. You live in the middle of Wisconsin. What do you look forward to on Thanksgiving? The Packers. You want to watch football.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
And you have this lady.
Field.
Yeah, this
Lambeau
lady.
Field, one of the oldest stadiums in America, and there's no obstructed views, unlike the $2.2 billion Buffalo Bills Stadium.
That's bad.
Where it was they spent $2.2 billion, most of it tax money in Buffalo, for seat lines that you can't see, and you can't see the games.
Did Kathy Hochul design that stadium?
I don't know who did, but maybe it was Mom Dami. Maybe they went. No, $2.2 billion. They don't have a dome on it, and they're still going to get snowed in. And I love snow games in Buffalo. But anyway, the problem with Francesca Hong is she hired a playboy, a penthouse pet, to be her campaign manager, and the penthouse pet chick, who's hot, by the way, still hot, forgot to get rid of all of her old tweets.
Yeah.
So when all the old tweets kept popping, and I said this on the afternoon show 2 Fridays ago about her tweets that are going to come back to haunt her, because the first thing you do when you're a campaign manager, you go back and look at old tweets. Mm-hmm. People have been fired for old tweets. I've been fired for old tweets. So if I get fired for old tweets, how can this woman who wants to be the governor of Wisconsin have those? And then she had to try to backtrack and pretend that she was a moderate. Mm-hmm. And everybody knew the cat was out of the bag.
Oh, yeah.
Then she's trying to I love Thanksgiving. You can't have it both ways.
Well, and it wasn't
Francesca.
It wasn't just that. I mean, we played the clip yesterday, Dawn. I gave you 2 different tidbits of more of her absurdities with receipts, where she went into a Culver's, a burger joint, and she said she had an anxiety attack because older white people looked at her, and she started thinking internally and making assumptions that they probably think I don't speak English. And then,
yes, and that's in a Culver's, where Culver's is from Minnesota. Is from Milwaukee. The guy who owns Culver's, the Culver family, started the Culver's chain with the smash burgers in Milwaukee. So she went in with her. By the way, you saw she brought her one son that she talks about that she hates the white side of her family.
Yeah.
And she was prodding around her poor son who looked like a hostage while she was voting yesterday and trying to get last minute support. And you know who was supporting her? All the women with the red, purple, and blue hair.
Mm-hmm.
They're all out there loving up on her.
Oh, yeah.
Most of them morbidly obese, but I'm not a fat shamer. But you see the kind of people that she attracted.
Yeah.
People who want something for nothing, have no idea what she stands for, and just thought she was cool.
Yeah.
You can't do that. Cool doesn't make laws.
Yeah.
This woman couldn't run her own restaurant and had to be taken out. Her husband left her.
Yeah.
I mean, this woman is a total. And now listen, I don't wish her ill. I don't hate her. I'm just saying, to think that this woman could run a state when she couldn't even run a restaurant or her own life.
Well,
that's scary.
Yeah. And then she's talking about her personal, because she was in an interracial marriage, another person that is anti-white, yet she's married to a white guy, and she's talking about her proximity to whiteness. I'm sorry. Yeah. Woke 1.0, woke 2.0 screams even more cray-cray, as Dawn would say. And this whole thing of, I hate America, let's cancel Thanksgiving, I hate white people. I'm telling you, it's not going to play in battleground states when we're talking about presidential elections or even governor's races. It'll work to get you a seat in a House. It'll maybe get you to win a Senate primary like El Said. It does not have national appeal, and it does not have sustainability. And I just thought about this, Dawn, and I want to get your thoughts on this specific element here. What is it with all of these women that rail against whiteness and then they marry white dudes? Kamala Harris, Doug Emhoff, Francesca Hong, white guy. AOC dumps Riley. Oh, by the way, Riley's a white guy. I don't know. Maybe that's her little tell, so to speak. She's tipping her hand that she is going to run for president. Now, reports are that she's been separated from him for almost 2 years now. But, they were in a 5-year relationship, and now she's injecting, she's freezing her eggs. By the way, last thing before we come to Dawn. Dawn, this is great. Kellyanne Conway. Kellyanne Conway nailed it last night. Yeah. She says AOC stands for always on camera.
Yep.
I'm stealing that. I will credit Kellyanne Conway anytime I use it, but moving forward, she is no longer Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She is always on camera.
So think about everything that you both, Tony and Nick, you've been laying out about Hong, right? So this was the Democrat Party on a national level, on a Wisconsin level. She was their worst nightmare, and they knew it. They knew that if she won last night, and I know that they have these USB flash drives, that controversy, and now these are absentee ballots that they're still counting, and it's very close and all of that. But it looks by all accounts that David Crowley is the winner on this.
I don't know, Dawn.
No?
I wouldn't. Can't call it.
No, I mean now they're looking at it.
Even when liberal pollsters are saying something smells here, this isn't a right wing, left wing thing. This is something that happens in a lot of elections. And
it happened in 2020, which is where I was going.
Yeah.
Remember this.
Absolutely.
Remember
Absolutely.
this same type of issue with the thumb drive situation was what happened in 2020. And just think about this. So in 2016. Remember Hillary, she didn't even bother to campaign in Wisconsin.
Nope.
You think about Wisconsin, always in play. Mm-hmm. 2016, Trump wins, Democrats are shocked. 2024, Trump narrowly wins Wisconsin. And so you have Evers, Democrat governor, and so we'll tee this up. So can Tom Tiffany, who's somebody who's from rural Wisconsin, versus somebody now who's from Milwaukee? And by the way, as far as Crowley, David Crowley, he would be with what they're putting the headline. All the prediction markets are saying this is a better matchup. Democrats are happier with Crowley. He would be the first African-American to be the governor of Wisconsin if he were to win, number one. And then also he's from, metropolitan area where you have rural Wisconsinites who are all going to go for Tiffany. But is that enough?
Mm-hmm.
And so
that's
to me,
you're absolutely right.
I think what it comes down to as well, I was looking at Crowley, where does he stand because everybody in Wisconsin has at least one gun, right? It's a big hunting big Second Amendment state. So where does that play? So I just think, does the racial card really play in Wisconsin? I don't know if it does.
Yeah.
You see Crowley, he's already saying, hey, I'm for apprenticeship programs. I mean, he's playing up to workers, all the workers, the union, that sort of thing. And so Crowley will go more to the middle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's what we'll see here.
Yeah.
Hassan Piker, by the way, was outraged last night that she lost. We have the tape. I don't know if he uses profanity, but Hassan Piker now has been taking more L's than the Phillies in the last couple of weeks. So that's a bad situation right there.
We'll get to Piker's Pit on the other side. It's Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Tony. 855-839-1210. Back after this from a word with Bucks County Estate Traders. If you value quality and great craftsmanship and finishing off maybe one room or multiple rooms in your house, why not swing on by Bucks County Estate Traders? Doesn't matter what you're looking for, inside or outside, you're going to be sure to find something that fits your style in their massive Hatfield showroom. This is all high-end estate furniture. Shop over 16,000 pieces of beautiful quality. No matter the style, classic, modern, rustic, traditional, you're going to find those stunning pieces that will fit and round out every home today. And they have all the technology of the big box stores. Every piece with a QR code, details displayed instantly to your device. Best staff in the business. You know why? They don't hire pushy salespeople. Matt Sinella, he's not going to employ them. Just straight shooters who know their stuff. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or stop by the showroom in Hatfield. Bucks County Estate Traders, the region's largest high-end furniture destination, and tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
Hey, right now is the perfect time. Protect your home and save big time. Through the end of this month, through August 31st, my friends at Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, they're offering 25% off a brand new roof. And here's one of the many reasons I've trusted Chapman over the years. They are a GAF Certified Plus contractor. That means they can offer the Silver Pledge warranty, adding up to a decade of workmanship coverage. Most roofing companies just simply cannot make that offer to you. If you've been thinking about replacing your roof, right now is the best time. Beat the fall rush, lock in your savings, enjoy peace of mind before the seasons change. Just call Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding today. Schedule this. Get your free consultation on the calendar. Or you can visit ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Remember, this amazing offer, and it really is amazing, 25% off a brand new roof, but the offer ends August 31st. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250 micro. And yes, I told you so.
Babbel proudly presents The Bookstore Bungle.
Librairie means library in French, right?
Yeah, obviously.
I just love a library.
The French are so loud, though.
Yeah. Hey, be quiet. This is a library. S'il vous plaît.
Ce n'est pas une bibliothèque.
Bibliothèque? I think that's Spanish, ma'am.
You are in a bookstore, not a library.
Oh.
No more bookstore bungles with Babbel.
Ah, touriste.
Learn to speak like a local and act like one too. Practice with Babbel's guided conversations based on real situations. Get up to 50% off on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to get up to 50% off. BABBEL.com.
Hey, this is Brian Veazey, the new PNC Bank Regional President. PNC Grow Up Great has supported 10 million kids and counting by helping them discover a love for learning through high-quality early education opportunities. Being curious is in a kid's DNA, and supporting them is in PNC's. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mary Claire Haver, a board-certified OBGYN and menopause specialist. My new podcast, Unpaused, is the place for bold, unfiltered conversations about what it really takes for women to thrive in the second half of life. Every week, I sit down with medical experts, cultural icons, and powerhouse women to talk about what really matters. New episodes drop every Tuesday. Listen to and follow Unpaused with me, Dr. Mary Claire Haver, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, thanks for calling Uline.
Wait, did the phone even ring?
Nope.
Okay, so you answered before the ring. But now you're going to put me on hold, right?
We don't do that here. We're real people answering the phone, ready to help with your order when you are.
Uline has thousands of quality products for your business and warehouse needs, always in stock, ready to ship same day, and backed by Uline's legendary 24/7 customer service. Uline, we warehouse for you.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
It is 7:29. Welcome back in. Kayal and Company here on a very busy Wednesday morning. A What Up Wednesday as Tony Bruno is with us. We have the cut sheet coming up. 7:45. This segment brought to you by Crystal Cave Park. For a fun summer attraction, visit nearby Crystal Cave Park in Kutztown, PA. Always a cool 54 degrees when you are amongst the stalactites and the stalagmites. Visit crystalcavepa.com. What is that, Bruno? Stalactites up top, stalagmites on the bottom?
They could be either way. Either way. Either way, upside down, uptown, downtown, crosstown, all around the big town. Love Crystal Cave. By the way, yes, they have come out and now announced in Milwaukee that due to human error, 5 out of 9 USBs were missing election results. So here we go again on another election. And it's starting to smell like bad cheese curds in Milwaukee this morning.
That's right. Can anybody say the Save America Act, please? I mean, just saying, I'd like to have, nice and tidy elections, results with ID and proof of citizenship, no thumb drives, no hard drives.
Not when you got cowards like John Thune and the other gutless Republicans who decided to bail and not vote.
I feel like I'm the only guy that is calling John Thune what he is, and I'm glad you said that. A gutless coward. That guy's
a gutless coward.
On recess for 35 days. Yeah. You can't get the Save America Act passed. You should be ashamed of yourself. Ooh. Yes. Thune.
So this is all coming out now. Socialists are furious after human error in Milwaukee after midnight caused 5 USB sticks to not have the election results on them. So officials went back, fixed the data, uploaded it, and guess what's going to happen? Watch what happens next, as they say on one of those stupid shows at night. Which one is that?
I don't know. I'm in bed. I'm in bed early these days, Tone.
They're going to do a recount? Is that what you're suggesting?
Oh, do we have hanging chads?
No, we got thumb drives. Thumb drives are the big thing now, Nick.
Yeah.
You got to have a thumb drive.
Yeah, sometimes a well-placed thumb is all you need, Tone. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. You got the thumb on the scale, and that's what you do, and then you just keep going around and around and around. So Milwaukee is still in play, as they say. And so all the pollsters, and by the way, these aren't right-wing nut jobs talking about this. These are the left-wing nut cases. And you know who else went nuts? I don't know if we have that cut on the cut sheet. what's his name? The Hassan Piker was screaming last night after it was announced that Hong had lost. So even he is, because remember, he's one of the clowns who went to Milwaukee to trot around. They said Bernie didn't go there.
No.
I don't think did AOC. I don't even think AOC went there.
No, Bernie and AOC did not endorse Hong. They did not.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What's fascinating to me about this is Crowley. Remember, they had a crowded field. Just for those of you, So think about this: that Crowley dropped out. Then they pump in. There are these special outside interests. $2.8 million. They pump money into his campaign. Then he comes back in. That was like what 3 weeks ago or something crazy. So to me, Linda Kearns is going to be here later, and she hates when I say this stuff. But I got to tell you, to me, the whiff of this, it's I don't know if it's rotten cheese or something else that's rotten in Milwaukee. But to me, this is the Democrat establishment trying to take back their hijacked party.
Well, they did it with Plattner, too.
But I have to wonder if, because think about this. In 2020, this is like a replica of what happened with Trump. The whole thumb drive thing, and suddenly Trump narrowly lost Wisconsin in 2020, won it in 2016.
Democrats don't believe.
Won it in 2024. Yeah. So I'm just trying to say here.
They don't believe in democracy. Think about this. It doesn't matter who you want. They wanted Graham Plattner in Maine for better or worse. Have we heard a single story update on that woman that is claiming Graham Plattner did what he did? And I tend to believe, I believe Plattner probably did this because I think Plattner's a scumbag and there's enough of a history to indicate he's not a great person. But that story is gone, completely gone, because because they got what they wanted. They got him out of the race because he was a losing investment, right?
You know what strikes me, Tony and Nick Kayal? What strikes me, and just weave in Nick Kayal's big take this morning, and if you weren't here at 6 a.m., where were you? What were we talking about? What were you talking about in your big take, thinking about crime being the lowest that we've seen it in a generation, basically, and thinking about the Democrats who were willing to make all of us, our children, our grandchildren, families, communities, collateral damage because Democrats allowed millions, if not tens of millions of people to come in illegally to do what? Fill the voter rolls.
Yeah, you be a victim at the expense of their new voters.
So essentially, there's a correlation between what you're alleging here, right? What could be.
Sure.
And that is they're willing to do anything.
Yes.
To win their career politician job.
They'll get crazier. They're not going to slide back to... We've been doing for almost 2 years the fallout of what will the Democrats look like in light of Trump winning another election? Will they slide back to common sense or will they go off the deep end? They've gone off the deep end. AOC said woke one was crazy. Think about this for a second. Imagine like Bernie Sanders, right? Like Bernie Sanders is the American architect of socialism. And under woke one, you had AOC, you had the squad Dems like Jamal Bowman, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar. Now expand to woke two and look at the family tree. Here's woke two family tree. Hassan Piker, Graham Plattner, Francesca Hong, El Sayed, and maybe the leader, so to speak, Zohran Mamdani. I want to play you this, and this is just goes to show you how crazy these people are. They haven't learned, and they're going to continue to go further and further left. Phil, let's grab this clip of this was El Sayed talking about how football is the definition of toxic masculinity. It is racist. It is misogynistic. And this is a guy who emerged just a week or so ago or 2 weeks ago as the winner of the Democrat primary for the Michigan Senate seat. Let's listen to Mr. El Sayed.
I wanted to think a bit more about why in 2023 we continue to watch football. What is it about this brutal sport that keeps us coming back? Is there a version of football that's actually ethical, safe? What would need to change? Just to note, this is a subject that inspires a lot of contradictory feelings, and we don't really get to a single, neat, and tidy answer. But the conversation helped me frame my own feelings about the sport. I hope, going into Super Bowl Sunday, it'll help you frame your perspective on it too. Because even if you're just watching the commercials, the NFL is still making $1 off you.
There you go. I mean, think about this, as Trump would say.
These people are crazy. I'm telling you.
Yep.
They're crazy.
Tony, you had Hong wanted to cancel Thanksgiving. El Said, who's Mr. Buff Bagwell in the gym with the Smedium shirt on as he's doing power cleans and then twerking, is waxing on about the dangers of football and how bad it is for America's brand amongst American men. Proving my point, Dawn, the Democrats cannot find a sane, normal guy. They don't exist.
Correct.
So one interesting, and this weaves into something that I know that's going to be on the cut sheet, is Wisconsin right now. The big issue is this foregoing of more than $2 billion in sales tax revenue. And that's from the tax exemption for major data center projects built by, Meta, Microsoft, Oracle, Epic Systems. And the break was passed within their state budget to draw the tech development. And so David Crowley is pro AI centers. And even the Republican Tom Tiffany has called for more accountability with these AI data centers. And so that is becoming the huge issue. As I know there was just another article, another poll that actually was Annenberg, was UPenn, talking about how unpopular these AI data centers are. Right. Tony, we've been talking about it. Across the country, right? And there was one closest, I guess, to where you and your family lives, Nick. That was probably the latest one that we've talked about,
Plymouth.
right?
Yeah.
Plymouth, technically.
Yep.
So in Montgomery County. Yep. So this is a huge issue, and I think that this issue across the country, President Trump has said that he supports AI, that we need to be ahead in the AI race. But how do they frame this to make them responsible?
You're right.
This is becoming a huge issue, and these things are not popular across the board.
I agree wholeheartedly. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet coming up on the other side. But just to think about where we are right now and what Republicans are up against. So whether it's El Said or Hong, we'll see what happens with these thumb drives. But you basically have a bunch of people with the same mindset as Hassan Piker that believe America deserved 9/11, has advised his followers to, quote, murder capitalists and watch their blood run in the streets. By the way, there's a very big viral, and I don't even know that we can play it because there's so many bleeps that would be needed. I don't even know if we have the editing ability, where Hassan Piker on one of his podcasts told black voters to suck his bleeping bleep. This guy is as vile as it gets, and he represents the beliefs of a lot of these crazy communists that hate America for what it stands for. Yet here they are, and they're profiting off of it, aren't they? Hassan Piker, I read yesterday, he's got a home that's over $2.5 million. Capitalism's done that psycho pretty well, hasn't it, Tony? It's interesting.
And Rolling Stone did another slobbering report on a front page, just like these. Remember the Boston bombers? They put them on the front page of Rolling Stone, and then of course the same thing with Luigi Mangione. They take these criminals and put them up there so women can slobber over them because they're good looking. Imagine that. Some women. I'm not saying all women, Don. But some women like the bad boy thing. They had to send with the Sarnea brothers, one of them who survived on the cover, and then they did a whole glowing puff piece on this Hassan Piker guy who's worth like $8 million, has all kinds of riches, and he's crying about people wanting capitalism. He's the biggest capitalist out there.
He's an oligarch.
He's not. Yeah. He's a mini oligarch. He's not a billionaire, but he's a multi-millionaire phony. And now he's claiming that he's been misquoted in his own words. I know he's on Twitch. That's why I got off of Twitch. I was on Twitch for a long time, but they didn't care about my content. But they let this clown go on with 3 million people preaching the most vile, hateful. I got banned from Twitter for saying all lives matter, not white, all lives matter. I got banned from Twitter before Elon Musk bought it. This guy's on there preaching the most vile, hateful, violent speech that you could ever imagine, yet they don't kick him off Twitter for violent speech.
It's amazing. Could you imagine?
Or Twitch.
Right. Imagine everything that he has said. If you threw an R in front of his name, he would be deplatformed across the board.
So true.
It's unreal.
Yeah.
But to your point, Tony, Rolling Stone running cover. what Hassan Piker means from his incendiary clips is that he just wants to make people listen. He's trying to get his point across.
Yeah.
Okay.
Piker's
well, you notice he's ever since he was owned by Charlie Kirk in that one debate a couple of years ago. Remember that? Mm-hmm. Hassan Piker was sitting there. Charlie Kirk was doing what he normally does, talks about his opinions. And then poor Hassan Piker, back before he blew up, was sitting there getting owned by Charlie Kirk.
Yep.
And so then you have the crazies like this Hassan. Anybody who thinks Hassan Piker is sane, he may be sane. He's maybe playing us all for suckers. But he's now the kingmaker in the Democratic Party. Yep. Now, James Carville, of all people, remember when he said, if this guy wins, I'm getting out of the party? Now he's endorsing the socialists. So that's what he has to do.
People, you hear me, you fat
Exactly. Why did James Carville come out and change his mind about leaving the party if the socialists take over?
Because
they've taken over, and now he's pivoted back to sucking up to the DNC.
He's a
cartoon. The DSA.
Carville's a cartoon at this point. He's just anything he can do to stay relevant in somebody's timeline. That's really what he's about. We'll come back, and actually, we're going to get to, and we'll lead off the cut sheet with Hassan Piker as he defends his $2.7 million home and what all of us plebes don't understand about it. It's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Tony. Cut sheet is next. Stay right there.
This hour of Kayal and Company is brought to you by Ashley Furniture. This Saturday, starting at 10 a.m., it's the 12-hour sale event at Ashley. Save up to 70%. Plus, enjoy free delivery. They're giving away prizes every hour. Big savings, big giveaways, and the big day to shop. Don't miss the 12-hour sale this Saturday at Ashley.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You've spent years taking care of everyone else. Now it's your turn. Whether you've been thinking about replacing missing teeth, improving your smile, or restoring the ability to eat and smile comfortably, Dr. Robert Bentz and Dr. Emily Bentz, board-certified prosthodontists, specialize in complex restorative and cosmetic dentistry. You can smile confidently in photos, enjoy meals, laugh freely, and feel yourself again. Schedule a consultation with Bentz Dental Group. 610-272-6949.
The Birds are back, and another championship run starts now. Don't just watch the season, be part of it. Hit the road with thousands of fellow fans and take over the opposing stadium. Fans of Philly has road trips available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, London, and more. Every trip includes airfare, game tickets, and an exclusive pregame party. Book your seat today with the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a P.com.
The reason many of us hate insurance companies is because some of them act like bullies. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been dealing with these creatures my whole career. Whether it's a workers' comp claim, an auto accident, or a nursing home or medical mishap, the playbook is often the same: deny and delay. We became the largest injury firm in America for a reason. We fight hard to bully the bullies. They know who we are, and I know it makes a difference for our clients. Just go to forthepeople.com and see our results and our verdicts after those bullies gave us their final offer. Hiring the wrong firm can be disastrous. Hiring the right firm could substantially increase your settlement. It's easy to get going. Visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer, or call us on your cell at pound law, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, 2005 Market Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Keep your savings on track while you make lasting summer memories with the First Harvest Credit Union Growth Savings Account. Earn up to 3% annual percentage yield with a $1,000 minimum balance. And the best part? No withdrawal penalties. Your money's always there when you need it. Want even more ways to save? Check out our share and IRA certificates too. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or stop by a branch to get started. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Ugh. Constipation with belly pain back again? Huh? Who are you? I'm future you. Future me? Relax, our doctor figured it out. Your symptoms keep coming back because it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is the #1 prescribed branded treatment for IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily prescription pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
It is 7:47 as we continue live on a What Up Wednesday, a Bruno Wednesday. Tony Bruno with us, Nick Kayal, Dawn Stenzel, and Tony Bruno in for Stocker this morning. As we get ready for the cut sheet, still ahead this morning, we have Fight Club today in music history, and of course, Dawn's Big Three. Dawn Show coming up just over 2 hours from now. Jimmy Kelly, you know what to do.
Yes.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet for this What Up Wednesday is brought to you by Tri-County Auto. Great deals on Toyotas and Chryslers, Dodge, Jeep, Ram. Stop by both dealerships, look for the big American flag, and thank you, Tri-County Auto, for sponsoring this What Up Wednesday with Tony Bruno. What's on the cut sheet?
All right, here we go.
Wait a minute. It's Wednesday. Come on, man.
Yeah, how do you spell that, by the way?
D-A-Y.
I tweeted WENSDEE.
Wednesday.
Yeah, why don't we not call it Wednesday?
I know, it's an outrage. I think we have to. We need to get a constitutional amendment passed to make Wednesday spelled the way it sounds.
Yeah.
WENSDEE.
Trump needs to sign an executive order at 3 o'clock today from the Oval Office. Let's get that corrected right now. One signature with the Sharpie, that'll do it. Speaking of crazy, we have to get to this Piker clip. I've been dying to play this one. We have all sorts of crazy. We're going to get back into all of the crazy stuff that Francesca Hong had to say. Also, Dr. Robert Redfield, top rope on Tony Fauci, and I'm here for it. But Phil, let's start with K4. So socialist influencer Hassan Piker defends his $2.7 million home in West Hollywood. And by the way, Jimmy Fallon with one of the greatest tweets I've ever seen yesterday. He says, "I was raised on capitalism, but someday I hope to be as rich as all the people pushing socialism." It's fascinating how all the people that push it make well north of, I don't know, 250,000, 500,000, 7 figures, homes worth $3 million because of things like book deals and being good with their money. They're all frauds. But Phil, K4, let's hear from Mr. Piker.
At what point does your very expensive home stop being a basic human necessity and something that essentially reinforces the very system that you're critiquing?
I don't think the purchases that you make necessarily, if you're buying a private jet, it's a little different, but I don't think the purchases that you make, as long as you're not using it to engage in capital accumulation, imply, something less ethical than whatever purchase you're making in general. I have a house. The reason why it's so expensive is because it's in West Hollywood.
Yeah. So, Tony, he's against capital accumulation, but he does have a net worth of now $35 million, and he makes an estimated $4 million per year on our capitalistic system.
He's another phony. This guy is just a phony. He found a niche with all of these people who hate America. His uncle is Cenk Uygur, that idiot, that fat, sweaty Turkish guy on the Young Turks.
Oh, is that right?
Yes, that's his uncle.
I did not know that.
That's who he's related to, the Young Turks guy. So he's a nutcase.
Now it makes sense.
Cenk is always sweaty. He's that sweaty anti-Semite who has his own channel with that other crazy broad who screams all the time in the background. So that's what it's all about. He was brought to this country. He was born in Turkey and brought here and basically became a citizen because of his uncle.
Yeah.
So he's part of a legendary family of nutcases, starting with is it Senk?
I think
I don't know how you pronounce it.
I think it's Jenk.
Jenk?
Yeah. And who's the female on the show?
For little toots over here.
Yeah, little toots. Dawn would say. That was in reference to Caitlin
She's
Collins.
another raging lunatic. You ever see her face?
Yes.
When she's on camera?
Yes, I
She's
just don't recall her name. I do recall the name though of Robert Redfield. Let's get to this. This is remarkable.
Redfield was right about everything.
You're Dawn,
How about that?
You're 1,000% right. And he's got the resume that can match Fauci line for line. Phil, right off the top here, clip 1. This is former CDC director Dr. Robert Redfield, who says Fauci during the pandemic named himself, quote, the lead public health person. And then Redfield was like, wait a minute, Tony, what's that all about? Clip 1.
I remember at the White House press conference, the president talked, the vice president talked, and then Birx talked, then I talked, and then Fauci talked.
My name is Dr. Tony Fauci. I'm the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases at NIH.
When Fauci talked, he started his talk by telling the American public he's the lead public health person in the United States. And I had just spoken, and I was a CDC director, and I went to him afterwards. I said, Tony, what's that all about? I mean, you run a lab at NIH, but he clearly felt upon him that he had to take that position.
This guidance for the next 15 days is what our experts say.
The president left the pandemic response up to the states, but the task force strongly recommended lockdowns.
Bars, restaurants, food courts, gyms, and other indoor and outdoor venues where groups of people congregate should be closed.
Stay in your homes, social distancing of 6 feet.
Because if it looks like you're overreacting, you're probably doing the right thing.
Everyone was to stay at home, wear masks, maintain 6 feet of social distancing. And schools and businesses were shuttered.
Decisions with a massive impact for working parents and for all the children now spending the school day at home.
That is a Wall Street Journal video op-ed. And, I never thought about it from that perspective, Tony. You think about it. Redfield, here he is, the head of the CDC. And I think he's accurate when he says it. And it's like a shot at Fauci. And I'm all for the shot at Fauci. He's like, bro, you run a lab at the NIH. Why was this guy just elevated as the voice, the be-all, end-all of something that clearly he had no clue what he was doing, or he's so diabolical he knew exactly what he was doing, and he's the biggest violator of human rights in the modern day of America?
Exactly. And the bottom line is all these people were blaming Trump for hiring him. He was the supposed head of all the... he was a liar, and now they're finding all of his, not just his comments that have been exposed, also all the lies about pregnant women. If you take, if you take the vaccine, it's not going to affect you whether you want to be pregnant, you are pregnant, or you have a child. That's what he did. He's a mass murderer. He's Dr. Mengele, which I said weeks ago, years ago. And you know who else did that? Not just Dr. Fauci in different states, because the states did their own things. In Pennsylvania, everybody's talking about Josh Shapiro. The guy before him, Tom Wolfe, closed everything down.
Yes, he did.
He was pimping a vaccine that no one ever heard about. You remember those days?
Oh, I remember them well. I had to get my I got Pfizered by the National Guard at the convention center because
Exactly.
I could not come
Tom
here to
Wolfe.
Odyssey World Headquarters if I didn't get that shot because of some of the strictest mandates in the entire nation.
Yeah.
And so we all suffered at that. Think about the difference. During the Trump administration, they bring in the National Guard in cities like D.C. and elsewhere, Memphis, to try to make us safer. But these wonderful National Guardsmen, I'm not saying anything bad about them.
Sure.
They're following orders.
Yep.
But that's what they called them in to give us all mandatory shots. I don't have a problem with vaccine development, risk reward. There were some people that they were so high risk that COVID vaccine was going to mitigate they're facing death. Okay, I get that. So if you choose to have the COVID vax, which was not a promise of stopping the spread or anything that they told us, it was all a lie. So I'm not actually putting down the vaccine development. I'm just saying that the Democrats, what they did with that and the manipulation was really evil, because they then used that and weaponized it.
Yeah.
It was wrong.
You go back and as you get older, you look on different little eras and pockets of your life, and you say you didn't realize how good you had it or what a blessing in disguise that was. I'm so fortunate in one regard with the pandemic, because I moved to Tennessee and I was in Nashville. I got down there the Thursday before the Super Bowl with the Eagles and Patriots, the one that Nick Foles, beat Tom Brady in. And I was down there until August of 2022 when I came back home and took this job. And I'm so glad that during the pandemic, I was living in a red state that didn't have, Dawn, when you talk about some of these things, I can't even relate to it, because as bad as Nashville, the city, was with a progressive blue city mayor and John Cooper doing stupid things like, hey, bars have to close at 10 o'clock during the pandemic at 25% capacity, but the Titans are hosting Monday Night Football tonight, so we're going to stay open till 1 a.m. because those extra few hours, the COVID variants won't spread, because they know that we're trying to make more, tourism dollars and generate revenue for the city. So nobody will get sick because it's for the betterment of the economy in Nashville. I didn't have to deal with what you guys had to deal with. And I in many regards, I'm like, thank God. It wasn't Florida, but Tennessee was much better than many of the blue states that were just using these draconian times. We're just going to impose our will on you. We're going to remove sand from a park.
Yeah.
We're going to put up caution tape around a basketball court.
It's ridiculous.
What the hell are you talking about?
New Jersey was terrible with Governor Phil Murphy. If I compare Murphy to Wolf, and remember, in Pennsylvania, on the Pennsylvania side, at least we the people have the power, and they put up that vote, and we voted here on the Pennsylvania side. We voted to reel in and rein in Governor Tom Wolf and sort of spanked him. Unfortunately for New Jersey, where you have the most powerful governor in the nation of all the states, think about what Phil Murphy did and how he went. At least Wolf also, all those people that were arrested or the business owners that stayed open and they were facing criminal prosecution, persecution, at least Wolf just said, let it go. Murphy wouldn't let it go. He was just like a mean dog on a bone, and went after all those business owners and took their livelihoods, and then wouldn't let it go. And by the way, the same former governor who allowed those 80 AI data centers in the dark of night when communities didn't even know what they were really getting into. And that's New Jersey. That's the lack of transparency. It's a sin.
Well, it's gotten worse in New Jersey. You're right. Phil Murphy to this Mikey Sherrill chick. Is a bad. It seems that every bad governor has been replaced by a governor who's even worse than the one they replaced. Right? Tom Wolf, remember, he was a millionaire. He actually bought his own way in. He was the most liberal government in the United States back when he was governor. You know who his lieutenant governor was?
Josh Shapiro?
No.
Shapiro was the AG.
That's right. Which is interesting because he never gets together with Dave Sunday.
Yeah.
Fascinating. Yet Fetterman and McCormick had dinner together.
John Fetterman was Tom Wolf's attorney general. He was his
Lieutenant AG. From Braddock.
Right, exactly. Then he refused to go into Harrisburg. Yeah. And he lived in York instead of going to Harrisburg every day. So this guy was another oligarch, rich guy. He gave out 2,540 pardons, the most in Pennsylvania history. So all these people crying about this guy did this. He was a woke loser, rich boy. And then, of course, he ousted Tom Corbett and Mike Stack. And then in 2018, he ran for re-election with John Fetterman and shut down the schools, mail-in balloting. He allowed that. He did all the things wrong. And then Josh Shapiro came in and actually is even worse than Tom Wolfe, if you can believe that.
And think about this as we go to clip 19, Phil, and this is right in Dawn's wheelhouse because she knows him well, Dr. Paul Offit. So think about the way the media frames things. They'll still defend Fauci to this day, but they'll lose their ever-loving mind over mere recommendations when we talk about vaccinations for children. Here's Dr. Paul Offit saying pediatricians will largely ignore Trump's childhood vaccine executive order because it's not backed by the rule of law. Clip 19.
Can you walk us through a little bit about, if you're a doctor, how do your recommendations change at this point, given ACIP, which is the committee under CDC that's in charge of childhood immunizations? They haven't met this entire year because of a federal court ruling.
I don't think it changes the pediatricians' recommendations at all. They look to the American Academy of Pediatrics, which has a childhood vaccine schedule that is science-based. This executive order is not backed by the rule of law. The most you can say is he's asking states to consider this inane notion that if you separate the measles, mumps, rubella vaccine into its three component parts, that in some way lessens the risk of autism, when we know that there have been 24 studies that have been done in 7 countries on 3 different continents involving hundreds of thousands of children, showing that you are at no greater risk of getting autism if you got that vaccine than if you didn't. But President Trump and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. are science-resistant denialists who just refuse to believe it. They refuse to believe those data. People will largely ignore this, and it will go away.
I really don't care what your opinion is on vaccines. You do you. If rules are in place to have your child go to school, if you want to go to that school, you adhere to this. If not, maybe you look elsewhere. If you have school vouchers, that's great. In Pennsylvania, we do not. School choice is not a thing. Another failure of Josh Shapiro. And if Stacey Garrity is listening, I would jam that message home for the next 80 some days. But here's my thing with the whole recommendation. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend I know anything close to what Paul Offit knows, but they're just recommendations. Can we stop losing our mind? So it's amazing how people will just fall in line with a mandate, not be bothered by that. And I'm talking about people on the left. Yet they blow a stack over mere updated suggestions, guidance, recommendations, do whatever terminology. Again, it's not like you absolutely have to do it. They're just saying, it's like, remember when they lost their mind over the food pyramid? When Bobby Bobby flipped the food pyramid upside down. People lost their mind. Who cares what the food pyramid says? Eat in moderation, eat relatively well, exercise, you'll probably be okay. Your genes are probably a bigger factor.
To me, I think that Dr. Paul Offit, what he's missing here is that parental rights are the focus. And we've seen, think about what we just came out of with the pandemic, right? With people being forced. And for your kids, if you were here in Pennsylvania or in the state of New Jersey, you were forced and your kids were forced. You were told, no, you can't go to school in person. And that's grade school. As we moved along, grade school, high school, colleges, you could not go to school in person. You could Zoom only. You were banned from the classroom if you did not get vaccinated. And so parental rights is front and center. And so for me, by the way, my answer to Dr. Offit, who I respect, I understand he's a highly respected doctor. And by the way, he was on Trump's task force for the COVID vaccine. Okay. He was on that task force. So he knows quite well all these studies. But I would say to Dr. Offit, my CHOP doc, in other words, my boys, when I went to get, and I told you the story yesterday, so I'll just brief it. And that is that my CHOP pediatrician told me at the time, just split it up. If you're nervous about this, it's okay. We'll just separate it out so you don't have to give all of these shots to a tiny baby at once. That's it. It's really simple. A lot of pediatricians already do this. What they're advocating for is parental rights to educate yourself and have the conversation. However, on day one, when your baby is born, they immediately give your baby one of the first shots, if not the first shot, is hepatitis B. Okay, not everybody needs it. If you're not at high risk, and I know friends and relatives who've recently been through this, that the doctors and nurses will sometimes, depending on where you are, argue with you. If the mommy is already tested, daddy's tested. So if you know that you're not high risk, you've been tested, why does your baby, your newborn, hours old, have to be shot up with Hep B? It just doesn't make sense.
You're right. You're right. And Tony,
what happened to my body, my choice only refers to like those idiots in Massachusetts screaming about abortion up until conception.
Right.
And did you see those hags the other day?
No.
Did you see those women cheering that Massachusetts and Maura Healey were ecstatic that you can now, remember when it used to be rare and only a 20 week, 15 weeks? Now they want abortion up until the baby's head is crowning. That's how far the leftists are when it comes to killing babies. They hate children. They hate babies. And Maura Healey is a disgrace. And anybody in Massachusetts who voted for this idiot, you're even worse. You're even dumber than she is.
Rack that take. What a take. Tony Bruno, top rope. We got to freeze your eggs. Or your brain.
I already did that. My brain is frozen, but not as much. By the way, no, never mind. I feel like Joe Biden right now.
I'm going to freeze your head like Ted Williams.
Just to make sure that you caught what Tony said, this is the Democrat governor, Maura Healey, had signed that sweeping Massachusetts bill.
Yeah.
So this allows abortions. There, some of the headlines, depending on where you're seeing it, say 24 weeks. Yeah, up to birth. Up to birth.
Is Massachusetts crazier than California?
Oh, well, that's right there. It
It's
depends
pretty
on
close.
the governor. All these states that have female governors, you know I love women, Dawn, and I'm not going to, it's not about women.
No. I am
totally unsatisfied.
Mikey Sherrill, right? Look at it. Spamberger, Maura Healey, all these women governors, Kathy Hochul, these people are all mentally ill. Mentally ill. And the fact that Maura Healey is a lesbian, which is fine because I love lesbians and I learn from lesbians. But Maura Healey.
Lesbians equal ratings. Oh my God.
That's right.
Oh!
Maura Healey celebrating with all these women standing behind her applauding after she signs a bill that allows you to kill your baby up until the day it is born. Not 15 weeks, not 20. And by the way, I have 2 grandchildren who were born premature. My son and daughter-in-law lost their first baby at 23 weeks, obviously too old to have them. But then their second baby was born premature, and then their second baby who was born was premature, and then their third son was premature, but they're healthy now. So the whole thing about there are people who are doing everything possible, IVF, to try to get children, and they're not appreciated. But killing your kids is now in vogue for hags like Maura Healey, morons in Boston, and the Boston Globe, of course, supports her because they're all left-wing nut jobs too in the Boston Globe media.
And go ahead, Dawn.
So just to give you a sense of this perspective-wise, this bill just signed by Massachusetts governor takes effect within 90 days. And remember that this is now Massachusetts joining Alaska, Colorado, Maryland, Michigan, Minnesota, New Jersey, New Mexico, Oregon, Vermont, and of course, DC. So with this, there's no gestational age limit. What's a gestational age? That's the age of the baby. That means that the abortions are allowed up until, the baby, if the baby is due tomorrow, they can still abort that baby. I suspect that what we're going to see with all of these different states, I just have to wonder if a nurse or a doctor at some point protests this. I think it's really difficult in that moment if somebody actually goes for that procedure, and it's, you cannot deny it when that heartbeat, that baby, which is, the size, think about that. I just can't imagine that you're going to have healthcare workers, medical professionals, nurses, and doctors who can all just go ahead with that. I think that would, no matter, it's not about politics anymore. It's right there in front of you.
Right.
I just can't.
Do you have the stomach to actually
I
do
just
something
can't
like
see that.
Right.
I really can't.
Right.
I mean, between Planned Parenthood, which is in the pockets of the Democratic Party, you got Anthony Fauci, who is telling pregnant women that they should get the vaccine. And now it's been discovered in his text messages that he was lying about that women were suffering many miscarriages when he told everybody it was safe. And the other more the other group that's exterminated more babies in the last decade is homely lesbian liberal governors. Those are the three of the most. These are the three organizations and people who have exterminated more babies in the last decade: Fauci, Planned Parenthood, and homely lesbian liberal women.
And for the record, Jimmy Kelly and I have had a quick powwow. On the board shortly will be the drop of Tony saying, "I love lesbians. I learn a lot from them." Coming into a board near you.
Homely hearted. I'll say once again, just to kind of stack on what you're saying, going back from 6 a.m. We're just adding on to this.
Yep.
So think about that in the name of in the name of maybe a campaign headline of quote unquote abortion rights. They're willing to allow a baby, a viable baby. And this is not, if you look at every poll, every study, every interview, this is not widely popular in America across the nation. No. This is not a popular thing. That, in other words, when people think about this, they think about the day after pill or something of that nature. When you're thinking about, 34, 37 weeks, and you're thinking about a fully formed baby who would be viable if born at that moment, this to me does not go over well. And but think about, just going back to the big take, the collateral damage that one political party is allowing just to protect their career politician status.
Yep. Speaking of
my two grandsons were born at 29 weeks and survived, and 32 weeks and survived.
God bless.
Because of the great ICU facilities in Maryland. They went to Annapolis, and there's great hospitals there. So, these people who want to abort after 25 weeks are butchers and mass murderers. They are mass murderers.
Well, AOC has gone from freezing eggs to freezing out her longtime hubby, her fiance of 5 years. Poor Riley. Hey, Phil, let's get to clip 20 as TMZ breaks the story that AOC, folks, yes, she's single.
So, Riley, what has been helpful to you in combating racism?
I think it's helpful and important to talk to other white people about racism. And I think a lot of people, they don't want to be racist. They don't think that they're racist, but they also don't know some of the things that they believe or say are and can be racist. And I think one of the effective ways is just to talk and kind of help teach them about why some of the things they believe or say or think are wrong, not necessarily racist, but that they're wrong. And that'll sort of chip away and, contribute to some development in this area, but not necessarily take somebody from being a racist to not being a racist in one conversation.
And it's just always being open to learning about racist things that we may have said or done without judgment.
Every video that we ever saw with AOC and Riley always seemed like a ISIS hostage video, did it not?
Yeah.
I mean,
and then she finally dumped him. She dumped this toad a couple of weeks ago, right?
Yeah, 2 weeks ago. She
basically dumped him and then decided to freeze her eggs so that when she runs for president, she'll have frozen eggs in the refrigerated part, right next to the peas.
Yes.
This woman, anybody who thinks, and I know Greg Stocker thinks she's going to be a presidential candidate, I wouldn't hire her to actually go into my son's rooster and chicken coop to pick eggs, freshly eggs, blue, purple, green ones. She's worse than that Hong chick.
Yeah. Here's the background for the lovebirds. Roberts and Ocasio-Cortez started dating while at Boston University in 2011. Yes. And when they were 19, they got engaged in 2022. And apparently it is no more. Phil, let's go to 26 because I want what's best for AOC in her personal life. I hope she finds happiness. She finds love. And there's been a lot of people that have wondered, could we ever see a AOC Elon Musk relationship? They have eyes for each other. And we have the tape to prove it. Phil, clip 26. Phil, clip 26. Well, all I see is a bunch of weird stuff on my screens. All right. Well, let's stay with AOC for the eggs then, Phil. Let's go to clip 23. Apparently, she dropped another video of her injecting herself in the belly again. Let's roll this one. Hopefully, we have this.
Shot here yesterday.
Look at this.
Do it here today.
Outside of ABC News in Washington. Look at all this stuff on the table.
This one takes a while, actually.
You would think she's a diabetic.
Is that my Tremfya she's got there?
8:43 in the morning. Injection in the stomach. All the little vials on the table. Syringes.
What the hell is she doing?
Look at this. Here comes another one.
This is a spicy
Another
one.
syringe that she's prepping.
You would think she's in a hospital right now. Just in the lobby of ABC News in Washington.
Yeah, she's got.
Was George Snuffleupagus there watching?
He was filming. Dawn, what the hell is this? Why does is this a political ploy? I mean, what do you make of it? I'll defer to you here.
I don't know why she's, as Kellyanne Conway, appropriately said, and we were laughing about it earlier, always on camera. But, I guess it was her way of saying she doesn't, in my interpretation of this, the fact that she started having these viral videos is to essentially say, I don't need a man, that I can, and I don't need, and I can fight biological, science, time. So that by freezing her eggs, and then I guess she feels she could get any donor.
Yeah.
Doesn't need maybe Riley, he's just a donor. And so a beta guy, whatever. And so to me, it's her saying, I am woman, I'm solo, I can freeze my eggs, I can do whatever I want. I don't really need a man, and I'm not, even time.
Yeah.
A man or time, none of this is going to restrain me because I am woman.
Yeah.
And hey, you be you. She can do whatever she wants.
Right.
The truth of the matter is, so if you're wondering why she's shooting up, so she's shooting up to, in other words, produce more eggs so that they can then harvest them. They do a surgery. They harvest the eggs. It is proven that unfertilized eggs, when you freeze them, do not do as well as fertilized eggs. So if she took those eggs and at an IVF clinic, they fertilized them. Let's say she and Riley, for whatever reason, wanted to make sure that they had fertilized eggs.
Yeah.
Then those, generally speaking, have a better chance.
Right.
But, the odds of just having the eggs and then freezing them and then you have to thaw them out and then fertilize them don't do as well, according to the data.
Who does this?
That's what my son and daughter-in-law had to do because they couldn't produce. My daughter-in-law couldn't produce children.
Yeah.
So my son froze sperm, and then they took eggs from her, fertilized them, and then then they had to get, then they had to put them back in her. And that's a process. And people who try desperately to have children, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to produce a baby, they're the people who don't get any credit for wanting to produce and have children. The people who get rid of children, they're the heroes now. Oh, it's up to between the doctor and the patient. No, it's not. Yes, it is. That basically, but any doctor who performs an abortion after 24 weeks is a murderer. End of story.
And if you're desperate, and Tony, you make a good point of those people that try and spend to have children. Look, if you don't want to go down that road, I'll just give you my two for free. The pro bono. You can have my kids. I'll give them to you for $10.
I thought you meant your eggs.
And a 9-iron. No. But here, Gerald Posner is a guest who sometimes joins Rich Zeoli. I just want to read what he said about this video to AOC, about it that we played for AOC self-injecting, as always on camera. He says, there's something quietly unsettling about watching a member of Congress film herself injecting hormones into her abdomen and post the whole routine online a day before a network interview in which she declines to rule out a presidential run and insists that her ambition is way bigger than that. This isn't about the medical choice. Egg freezing is private, personal, and entirely her business. It's about the reflex to turn every event into social media content. We are raising a political class that treats the camera as a second nervous system. Every procedure, every vulnerability, every private calculation is documented and shared. The line between living a life and performing one has virtually disappeared. Maybe this is a generational thing, but I'm not ready for an Instagram president. We will get one eventually. The question is whether we'll still remember that some things are stronger than when they stay off of the social media feed.
But I think what's more important about what she's doing, and I hope that it does. It has gone viral, and it has all of us talking, and women are talking, and so Democrats, Republicans, women, people of all different ages, like generations, everybody's talking about this and watching these curious videos where she's acknowledging that she's 36 years old and TikTok, at age 35. And she was probably told this by her doctor. At age 35, your odds of now getting pregnant without any kind of fertility help, depending on your genetics and all that, and your health and all that good stuff, go down to about 20%. So TikTok, she's now 36. So think about what is top of mind. And so what she's doing is actually, in my humble opinion, is part of, dealing with the great lie of the women's movement, which I always say is my working title of my book. The women's movement is a scam, ? So what I mean by this is that women have been told, and this really started, I suppose, at some point in the 60s, supersized in the 70s and on up. And so women have been told you can be anything, you can do anything, you can defy all of the science, right? You can become a mother whenever you want. But the truth is, biologically, you are physically, it's better for you, for your baby, and physically, in your 20s. That's your prime is probably physically to have a child and your eggs, because a female's born with your eggs. So think about that. When you're in your early 20s and through your 20s is probably the best time, if you just look at the science, to have a baby. My mom started having babies at 20. And that would go along, if you look back over the ages, when did we as a nation, overall, the majority of women having their first baby? The 1990s, so after the age of 30.
Are you then agreeing with Don Lemon that Nikki Haley was past her prime?
No, because he was speaking. So when Don Lemon said that, he was speaking about women being past prime as overall in their life and their career.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. You're talking about strictly birth from the birthing standpoint.
I am talking about physiological science, your ovaries, your eggs. I mean, I know this is like maybe TMI. It's a lot of information. Most people don't realize a female is born with her eggs.
I could eat an omelet at every meal.
Exactly.
Okay? So just think about that for a minute.
Yeah.
So we're talking about right now, look at the stats of how we've evolved since the 1960s until right now. In the 1960s and 70s, women were still in their 20s having their first child. Right now, the majority of women having their first child are in their 30s and even to their early 40s. So that's a big change.
Yeah.
And and I know this is not politically correct. I understand that. But think about what RFK Jr. said just this week with regard to, he said, something's happening. Something happened in the early to mid 90s, 1990s, that he believes is an environmental factor that we have differently abled children being born. Put it all together. Should they not be studying this? The age of the eggs.
The age of the eggs. Well, can AOC be put back together? We now finally have clip 26, because sometimes a woman just can't let go of that time that lightning struck. She tries to forget and move on, but that type of life-changing chemistry can't be forced and it can't be faked. To which we say, follow your heart, AOC, and do so with Elon Musk.
Can you imagine?
It would break the internet.
Oh, my.
Heads would explode.
She wouldn't have to do the shots then, because he's got like 16 other kids with 16 women, and then he can fund her presidential campaign in 2028.
And technically, her child would be part African American.
That's true.
Because he is African American. So, but I mean, look at the guy. He's fertile. I mean, he's got like the super, you know what I mean?
Yeah. He'll hook your old lady up real quick.
Like, hello.
I think they should procreate in the back of one of those big, what are those things called? The big Teslas? The Cybertruck.
The Cybertruck.
In the back of a Cybertruck.
Show it like rocking.
Right in the middle, right in her own district.
I'm telling
in
you.
the Bronx.
I'd like
to do it in Times Square.
Yeah.
Right there in the middle of Times Square. Just have that trunk, the Cybertruck trunk open up, and then there she is laying, and then here he mounts her right in front of all the people. And all of the mounts her right in front of
Maybe she mounts him.
Mickey Mouses and all the Batman and all these other people in outfits trying to make money taking photographs.
Stinky Elmo don't like this.
I love lesbians and I learn from lesbians.
Exactly.
Wait a minute, by the way, I have proof. I'm going to have proof about my lesbian love affair when we come back from the next break. When are we breaking again, Nick?
We're going to do it right now. In fact, I have an observer in my ear.
You better get out of here, buddy.
We're going to get out of this segment right now. It's Kayal and Company. Tony's in for Stalker. We're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Have you been putting off going to the dentist or addressing that complex dental procedure you've been putting off? Well, stop procrastinating. I want to talk to you about my friend, my dentist, and the undisputed master of dental implants, Dr. Mike Veneria. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Dr. Mike is my dentist, my family's dentist, and he is the dentist that other doctors and dentists go to and refer their patients to. He's the guy the experts call the expert in handling complex dental surgeries and procedures. He's been recognized by his peers for 12 years in a row as the master of complex dentistry. See, with Dr. Mike Veneria, it's not about cost, it's about care. Dr. Mike, it's about compassion and commitment to your health. So when it comes to your health, including your dental health, which is key, you want the best. You deserve the best. Bridget got a beautiful smile upgrade from Dr. Mike last year, and Mama Zioli discovered him for our family, and the whole Zioli family goes to see Dr. Mike Veneria. With 2 offices to serve you in Cinnaminster and Woodbury, make your appointment today, veneriadental.com.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Celebrate the legendary voice of the birds, Merrill Reese, at Merrill Live. An unforgettable evening of stories, memories, and behind-the-scenes moments with Merrill Reese and special appearances from some of your favorite players and more. Merrill Live at the Scottish Rite Auditorium, Tuesday, September 15th. Get your tickets now at 94WIP.com. Presented by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865. And Impriano Roofing and Siding. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
There's nothing simple about choosing an engagement ring. Most people don't know where to start. That's why they turn to Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton. JR will walk you through every step, diamonds, settings, styles, and how to choose what actually fits their budget and their partner. There's no pressure and no confusion, just straightforward guidance and a wide selection to compare with confidence. The goal is simple. Leave knowing you made the right decision. Family & Company Jewelers in Marlton, New Jersey, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied.
Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Good news, drivers. Your favorite car wash has arrived. Flagship Car Wash is now open with 10 convenient locations. Every wash comes with complimentary amenities to help keep your vehicle looking its best, including powerful vacuums, mat cleaners, microfiber towels, and glass cleaner. Clean has never been more convenient. And at select locations, skip the hassle altogether with our interior cleaning service. We'll do the dirty work for you in 15 minutes or less. Come see why more drivers are choosing Flagship Car Wash. Flagship Car Wash, your new favorite car wash has arrived.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Good morning. Is everyone ready for a What Up Wednesday? That's right. You know what that means. Tony Bruno in the house. Well, at least joining on video. Anyone taking bets on whether Tony might let a few choice words slip? Can't forget Nick's big take. Maybe he'll have an update on his wife's husband, huh? Yeah, how about that? Dawn will break down some local and national news. Let's give it up for Dawn and Phil with the latest in sports. Greg probably has a cut sheet a mile long. I'm sure Jimmy is working on bleeping out several dozen F words from today's Fight Club, huh? Am I right? And as usual, Phil H. Share himself will treat us to another Today in Music History. It's all starting right now on this What Up Wednesday here on Kayal and Company.
8:34, Kayal and Company. Tony Bruno is with us. Big shout out to our man Newman Price for putting together another intro. We'll have another little parody from him coming up later this morning in the 9 o'clock hour.
By the way, I have to do a correction before we continue. I mentioned earlier about Culver's in Wisconsin.
So
they
good.
I said smash burger. It's the butter burger. They're the original butter burger, and now they're all over the country. But they started in Wisconsin, and that's where they remain. Great family-run business, great stores. Not in Pennsylvania, though, but all over in Florida and many other states.
Yeah, I've seen them in, I think I saw one in Tennessee when I was down there for a while. Yeah.
North Carolina.
Yep.
Delicious.
I tell you what, there's a lot of these smash burger joints, like the Shake Shacks and the Culver's and the In-N-Outs and the Whataburgers. Boy, it's really amazing if you think about it. You know, short of McDonald's, which is a juggernaut. I'm surprised that places like Burger King and Wendy's haven't gone under, considering how many arguably better burger options you have in the fast food world.
Nick, there's more McDonald's than any other restaurant in the world.
I know.
That's probably why. I mean, they're everywhere all over the world, and places like In-N-Out Burger are starting to expand now, but they're primarily in California and Arizona. So a lot of these places, but a lot of businesses are struggling now, and it costs a lot to get a franchise and then get a space to put it in and do it right. That's why you're still seeing Chick-fil-A's. The Chick-fil-A's that are being built in Florida have like 2 drive-through lanes. That's how busy they are.
Oh, yeah.
And on Saturday nights, the line goes like for a mile away because it's the last night, and then because they don't open on Sunday. So
the 12,
a lot of great burgers.
The 12-year-olds and the teenagers, man, they can't get enough Chick-fil-A. They love it. They think it's 5-star dining. That's the thing too. Not to go on a little tangent here, but this is kind of fascinating. It's interesting what today's kids can't get enough of. Like my girls, all they want to do outside of do the Sephora thing with the makeup and the skin cleaner and all the cosmetology type stuff. They can't get enough Starbucks. They can't get enough Chipotle, and they can't get enough Chick-fil-A.
My pleasure.
That's all the kids talk about, Dawn.
Yep.
Like, oh my God, my dad took me to Starbucks today. Like,
and
okay.
Chick-fil-A, and what is it, Ulta? Where do they go?
And Ulta, another store,
Ulta, yeah.
Right?
Another place that has too much of my money.
Oh, and
my daughter works. My daughter is a consultant at Ulta in Delaware, in Maryland. Yes, she's like one of the main people there.
You get a discount? Can you hook us up with a friends and family, Tone?
I can hook you up. I got connections. By the way, for those people who are thinking that I just made that up, here it is. I'm wearing it. My I learned from lesbian shirt.
Are you?
He did.
Oh my gosh! Look at that.
He's got the shirt on, folks.
It's a black T-shirt.
That is not photoshopped.
I learned from lesbians.
That is not AI.
Wow.
And Jimmy Kelly has already turned it around for us here on the board. Let's go to the tape.
I love lesbians, and I learn from lesbians.
Exactly. A man who wears his thoughts on his shirt.
I don't lie. I don't make stuff up. Everything I say is based on fact, not fiction. I've had this T-shirt literally for 20 years, and it still fits good. Now, I won't show you what's on the back of this shirt.
Oh, please do.
But it's a great. I may have to make these and sell them at TonyBrunoShow.com. I got to start selling some merch. It's all about the merch.
Exactly. If Hassan Piker can have a $3 million home, Tony Bruno can sell T-shirts.
I just need a damn swimming pool. That's all I want. I have to start a swimming pool fund because it's 90-something degrees every day, and I'm the only person in the entire area that doesn't have a stinking pool.
Yeah. By the way, what's the deal with you? We have an update on your boat situation?
My boat, I had to haul it up on my back patio so the stinking city, which is run by corrupt Republican rhinos who pretend to be Republicans, they're fining me for code violations.
What?
In my own house.
This
I had to pull it up. I'm cleaning it off. I'm going to try to get it fixed. I need to get that baby back in the water, but I got to get my pool. I need a damn pool.
So even though
everybody's getting ready to close, it's funny. Everybody's getting ready to close their pools in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And here the pools are going, as Dawn knows, they go all winter long, unless we get a hurricane. But hopefully we're not going to get one again this year.
Now, I've never been in the boat world, but so your boat is not operational, but yet you can't, it wouldn't. Now, you live right off of like a pier. You couldn't have the boat just kind of floating in the water tied up?
I have a seawall. You have to build a pier, and then you have to get a permit to build a pier and a dock.
Got it.
And so that's the bottom line is, you have to have money to build a dock, and then you have to have money to build a pool.
Yeah.
We ran out of money. So I'm taking contributions right now. Venmo me.
We're going to start a GoFund you.
Yeah, Give Fund Go. I want you to send your money to dear old Captain Noah. And remember Carter Murbrier, Captain Noah? You remember, Don. The great Captain Noah.
And Captain Stabbin.
Well,
that's a different story.
He's a friend from L.A. He and I used to walk the docks in Marina Del Rey.
Well,
if you know, you know, folks. I'm sorry if that was inside baseball.
I will tell. While you're waiting for the boat repair, I will tell you, I was just in your neck of the wood. I was in Naples, Florida for the weekend for a big family and friend gathering.
Wait a minute, Dawn, you came down here and didn't call and come on up here?
She didn't even call.
Down the seed to table.
She didn't even reach out to Susie Cool. It was a totally clandestine road trip.
Susie is in Ohio.
Oh,
but I did go to Seed to Table on the way back to the airport because it's awesome.
Seed to Table is the greatest supermarket nightclub combination in the world. There's no other place like it. It's amazing.
So what is it?
Seed to Table.
Okay, it's what, restaurant / nightclub?
No, it's a food store where everything is meticulously placed. It has a bigger wine shop than Philadelphia real liquor stores. It has more wine. It has its own bakery that's bigger than most bakeries. You can go back and order a steak or fish, and they cook it for you there. You can sit at table. It's just an amazing. And then on the second floor, they have a disco, and then the light goes on. The lights go on, and then you see women with shopping carts drinking mimosas at 10 o'clock at night while they're shopping.
It's incredible.
You can't find it.
So, if you don't know, Seed to Table in Florida is owned by Alfie Oakes, who is
a big Trump guy.
Big Trump guy, farmer, agricultural entrepreneur, let's say, farmer, conservative, and he founded Oakes Farms. But yeah, when you drive up, there's a line. It doesn't matter when when you go. There's a line.
What a gold mine this is!
It's a huge. It's like I don't know, tens of thousands of square feet. Grocery store, upscale entertainment venue,
and it's called Seed SEED to Table.
To Table.
I have to
check it out, you guys. But the other name I want to drop is one of the people I was visiting, and he's known as Captain Patrick Gould. He runs Fishing Adventures. Was voted best guide, as far as fishing guide in all of Naples, Fort Myers of
Did
the
you go
year.
fishing, Dawn, too?
Yes.
You went fishing?
Mm-hmm, I did.
Did you catch any snapper? Snapper?
Snapper.
I didn't even kiss her.
I caught nothing.
Nothing.
So.
All right, good.
Well, Dawn, you could sit right in my back patio and we can catch fish. I could see the fish jumping every day. All I have to do is go out and throw the rod in and bam!
Yeah. We really do need to do a Kayal and Company road trip to Brunoville.
Absolutely. Dawn came. Did you go to RSW though? You flew into the best airport in Florida.
RSW, and then they live in Naples, so I went to Naples.
Yeah, that's not bad. That's between here and Naples.
Yeah,
it's worth it.
Get off the iPad.
Great trip.
Exactly. Careful with those planes.
Paradise.
You never want to come across Air Force One. The F-16s will be scrambled. All right, let's get back to the old school of Democrats, the old guard that is being pushed out by these radical communists. Whatever happened to good old Nancy Pelosi? Now, she's back in the news, and she's still grifting because she claims, Phil Clip 13 here, that she did not know that Joe Biden was mentally declining. Maybe Nancy Pelosi's unaware that Joe Biden's cancer, unfortunately, is spreading throughout his body, if you believe Nancy and her oblivious state of mind. Clip 13, let's hear from Old Adhesive.
And when you think of the debate and how sad that was, that's really when we learned. But see, I had been speaker, and when I was speaker, I saw the president all the time. But when I wasn't, then I saw maybe 3 times that whole year. And so I didn't know. And I think he had his sort of ups and downs. And when he had when I saw him one time, he was giving me the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Right.
So that was a short event, and he was perfectly fine that day, I thought. And so I didn't know. But I do think that those who did know should have acted upon that information, whatever that means.
His staff and his family both, you mean?
Well, whoever knew.
Yeah.
Whoever knew. There's
she didn't know.
Saying the family knew. The family
Nobody knew. Nobody.
I don't know.
But they should have acted sooner.
They should have, because this was a great man.
That's Politico Live with one of their columnists, Jonathan Martin, who's a pretty decent writer. Here's the thing, though, Tone. Once Joe Scarborough told me that Joe Biden was cogent, we were good, right? Our eyes and our ears were deceiving us. We were being fed cheap fakes and deep fakes and misinformation and disinformation. Good old Nance was like, I only saw him 3 times. He looked like he was in tip-top shape.
And the more you read about the Joe Biden stuff and the Hunter Biden stuff was now cozying up with Tucker Carlson.
Yeah.
You know, it's like I said this a couple weeks ago, months ago, that it's like wrestling. You know, the Tucker Carlsons of the world and these Marjorie Taylor Greens, all these supposed MAGA people are now all becoming Thomas Massey, who's been exposed as a fraud because he got voted out of office. Now he's crying with Tucker Carlson and even what's her name? The chick who liked Trump, didn't like Trump, who's got her own show on Sirius XM, Megyn Kelly. All these people go from heel to hero. You notice, like wrestlers, at least when they go from hero to heel, well, some of them go back to hero again. For that, let's go to Nick Kayal, our wrestling aficionado.
Hey, look, Tom, when the merch starts to slow down and the tickets aren't being sold, you got to change up the storyline. That's what they're doing here, right? That's why I didn't.
Absolutely.
That's why I said yesterday when Stalker played the clip of Tucker Carlson and his apology for mocking Hunter Biden with the drug addiction. I'm sitting there, I'm thinking, I don't believe a word Tucker Carlson is saying. He's a performer, and you know what? He's damn good at it. But I just don't take anything he says seriously because he's doing what he can to stay relevant in the independent space. He no longer has the platform of Fox News, right? You can stick somebody in Fox News at 8 p.m. and they're going to get 2.3 million viewers. When you're on your own, you better make headlines or you're just going to kind of fall in line and be forgotten about. And to his credit, he's still doing it.
He still has a huge platform,
Oh,
though.
yeah,
But now that
sure.
he's bringing in all these Trump haters who have been voted out of office, by the way, like Thomas Massey and all these other people that have been exposed and now basically are going home in a couple of weeks, no longer in Congress and no longer in a position of power. They're trying to build their own power base and create another party. That's what the country needs, another fringe party that very few people will vote for except the sycophants who follow that particular group. So that's what it's all about. How is that going to help? Do we need more parties? I mean, look at the Democrats. They're fighting with the other part. They're fighting with their own people in their own progressive wing. So that's the problem. I mean, people don't pay attention to politics like people who cover it every day do. But when you start confusing people and they don't have any idea who's who and who's with what and what they stand for, it's confusing to the average person. They don't really care.
No, and they don't know. A little bit more of Nancy Pelosi. Phil, let's drop down to clip 14, where during Biden's re-election campaign, Pelosi said she had private conversations with him on the side on whether or not he was able to serve another term. Here's more of her sit down with Jonathan Martin from Politico.
And I did say this, I think the public would like to hear that you've had a testing that demonstrates that you can serve the next
a diagnostic from a doctor, yeah.
Like that.
Right.
That's all I said. I didn't say, and they said, I told them not to run. Never. I've never told anybody not to run.
How do you respond? Can I ask you now? How did he respond? Can I ask?
He responded. We were prayerful. You know, we're Catholic. We're prayerful. We had our rosaries and all that, and we had a lovely meeting. It was only the two of us, except when he put somebody on the phone to talk about the polls. So whatever people said about it there didn't come from me, or maybe it came from somebody in his staff, but none of his staff was really in the room.
Yeah.
He said, I get tested every day in what I'm doing and the rest of that. I said, I think people want to see something more in that regard.
Yeah. If you believe that Nancy didn't have any say in the coup, you're the same person that believes Dr. Jill when she says, oh, Joey was sitting in bed at 8 o'clock on a Tuesday night reading his briefs. He was asleep in his briefs. He was asleep at 6:30 at night. We had a part-time president. We had a bunch of other third world unelected bureaucrats running our country. Give me a break, Nancy Pelosi. They did the Plattner what they did to Biden. And that's the thing, Tone. This is what pisses me off about Democrats with their threat to democracy. And I don't really care who they run. I just want them to lose. But you're going to sit there and claim Trump's a threat to democracy. Yet Joe Biden, in his pudding brain state, as inept as he was, at 9.1% inflation, still received 14 million votes in a primary and earned the right to run again until it was undeniable on that CNN Atlanta stage on June 27th of 2024. It was the most quiet Trump has ever been in the public spotlight. He didn't need to say anything because Biden was glitching out on live television for the world to see. Yep. Amazing.
And then when they released the tapes of the interview with the guy who was writing his book, I mean, if you weren't convinced, again, I don't want to pile on Joe Biden. Everybody knew what he was.
It was elder abuse.
He was.
He's running for president since the day he got in the Senate back in when his hair plugs were just starting to grow in back in the day.
Tony,
let's let me see here. Let's round back to the big story of the day. We talked about this the end of the 6 o'clock hour, start the 7 o'clock hour. Phil, clip 17 and 18. Francesca Hong, major upset. Prediction markets had her at about 97%. She was a 20-point leader in most of the polls up against Crowley, the, quote, more moderate establishment Democrat candidate for the gubernatorial race. He will now face, in all likelihood, unless something changes with these thumb drives, he will face Trump-endorsed Tom Tiffany for the governor's spot in Wisconsin this November. But clip 17, a reporter straight up asks Francesca Hong why AOC and Bernie Sanders refused to endorse her. Clip 17.
Why do you think AOC and Senator Bernie Sanders have not endorsed you?
I have so much respect for the senator and the congresswoman, and they are working tirelessly to make sure that we can flip Congress and the Senate and get Democrats wins in the midterms. I look forward to conversations with them about that too.
Does it show that they don't think you're able to win this battleground state?
You know, a gubernatorial race is different from federal elections, and I think that we are focused on making sure to reach every single voter that we can up until those polls close, and that's what we're focusing on right now.
All right, you can stop it right there. I would not make the comparison of gubernatorial races being different than federal elections. I would actually work it back the other way. gubernatorial races are different than local elections and certain districts for House seats and things like that. Again, the Chris Rabs, the Bob Brooks, all of these people in little isolated pockets. I'm not saying that they can't win, but this is not going to win statewide in battleground states. And it played out like that last night. And Tony, I think Bernie and AOC were like, you know what? If you want to cancel Thanksgiving and we're at least claiming publicly to move away from woke 1, we can't have you saying woke 2. Mm-hmm. And we can't put our name on that stench.
I agree. I mean, it's insane, but I'm telling you, this isn't over. Don't be surprised if that thumb drive, because remember, the thumb drive has a lot of votes that weren't counted. So, and that's in Milwaukee. I'm telling you, this thing's going to be overturned. Mark my words. Mark the tape.
You going to mark the tape?
Mark the tape.
Jimmy Kelly, mark the tape.
Mark the tape.
Mark the tape.
8:52.
Hong will find a way to pull this out, even as she's getting ready to celebrate, what's the next holiday? Labor Day weekend.
She wants that canceled.
She will be in charge by Labor Day weekend.
Yeah. Wow. I tell you who's very relieved that she lost last night. Christmas and Easter.
Yes, indeed.
You know what I'm saying? Clip 18, we'll wrap up the 8 o'clock hour here. If you did not support her, what does that make you? Well, she says it makes you a racist. Watch.
And let's just be blunt. What is it about you, Abdul El-Sayed, Mamdani, even though you all are crushing it in the polls, that makes you an anathema to the current Democratic leadership and its donors?
Well, first of all, look at what happened when you're out here parading Liz Cheney during a campaign. And of course, Mayor Mamdani and Dr. Syed and I just all happen to be people of color.
Oh,
and
I didn't notice.
They said this about Mandela too. And the electability argument is so tired. But I know that the expectations are different for us.
Well, I think the state of Wisconsin said the identity politics are so tired last night. Give us Mr. Crowley. We're not that crazy. We're not that stupid.
As a black man, people of color. By the way, that guy Wajahat Ali, he's a piece of garbage too. He's another guy who should be deported immediately.
9 o'clock hour is on the way. 8 o'clock hour was brought to you by the United States Postal Service and Ground Advantage, because business moves fast. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more. We have more of the cut sheet, including my high school buddy, Michael LaRosa, was on Fox News last night, the old chief of staff to Dr. Jill Biden, and he says, Abdul El-Sayed, you owe America an apology. We'll get to that as the cut sheet continues. Fight Club in 15 minutes, 9 o'clock hour next.
There's a feeling that comes with driving a Mercedes-Benz, a feeling of confidence, craftsmanship, and arriving exactly where you belong. So during the Piazza Mercedes-Benz Welcome Home celebration, discover exceptional offers on a remarkable selection of new vehicles, including the GLC and GLE SUVs. Just visit your authorized local Piazza dealer in Westchester, Wilmington, or Atlantic City. Experience for yourself the luxury, the innovation, and the performance that sets Mercedes-Benz apart. The Welcome Home celebration happening right now. Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. PIAZZA, PiazzaAutoGroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This hour of Kayal & Company is brought to you by Ashley Furniture. This Saturday, starting at 10 a.m., it's the 12-hour sale event at Ashley. Save up to 70%. Plus, enjoy free delivery. They're giving away prizes every hour. Big savings, big giveaways, and the big day to shop. Don't miss the 12-hour sale this Saturday at Ashley.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. Expert exterior remodeling from a team that's nationally recognized and neighborhood trusted. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group. Trust Lemus for a lifetime.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Constipation with belly pain back again? Huh? Who are you? I'm future you. Future me? Relax, our doctor figured it out. Your symptoms keep coming back because it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is the #1 prescribed branded treatment for IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily prescription pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Life doesn't slow down, and planning your financial future can feel overwhelming. That's where Monastra Financial Group comes in. Whether you're preparing for retirement, managing a 401k, or protecting what matters most, their team offers personalized guidance built around you. With a straightforward approach, they help turn complex decisions into clear, confident steps forward. Take control of your financial future today. Text Mike Monastra at 484-471-4879. That's 484-471-4879.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
A simple piece of paper. It's something we use every day. For the most part, it does what it's designed to do. It sits there flat on your desk as a placeholder for information. But with a couple strategic folds, suddenly your flat piece of paper becomes an airplane and flies across the room. Your 401k is kind of like that flat piece of paper. It just sits there as a placeholder for your money. Alan Cohen of Spectrum Wealth Partners can show you those strategic moves to take your 401k from just sitting there to creating the income you need for retirement. Call today for a free no-obligation meeting. 856-322-8686. That's 856-322-8686. Or online at SpectrumWP.com.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Back to school season is here, and Dollar General has everything you need to start the school year strong. Don't forget to grab a pair of bright yellow sunglasses from the Yellow Glasses Project for just $2. Every purchase makes a difference, with 100% of proceeds helping support teachers, classrooms, and nonprofit organizations working to improve reading and literacy skills across the country. Stop by Dollar General today and shine bright with the Yellow Glasses Project, available now at Dollar General. The Yellow Glasses Project is a program of the Dollar General Literacy Foundation. Progressive Insurance. Protect your family, your phone, and your furry friends with life, electronic device, and pet health insurance.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
9:03, welcome back in. Fourth and final hour. It's Kayal and Company on a Tony Bruno What Up Wednesday, where we have
Wednesday. Come on, Nick.
Wednesday. WENSDEE. Wednesday.
Yes.
Did I get that right?
By the way, our good friend Susie Cool sending videos now.
Thank you,
dancing to the YMCA at Seed to Table on Inauguration Day. Quite the party. And, of course, our good friend Dawn Stenson was down there.
Yes.
And literally a couple of blocks away from where I live.
No.
And didn't even bother to call and come to the house. And that is an outrage.
I'm sorry. Next time, I'm coming. Look, this is my favorite place in the whole world, other than right here in Philadelphia.
Oh, come on. It's way better than Philadelphia.
It's paradise. But I love it. I love it. This is like my favorite place in America.
Mm-hmm.
So I do love it. I admit, Tone.
Yeah, I know. It's a great place.
Well, not just Seed to Table. That era, you guys, we've talked about it. I worked, one of my first TV jobs was at Wink TV in Fort Myers, Florida.
So Wink Wednesday.
Wink Wednesday.
Exactly. Fight Club's coming up at 9:10 this morning. Also, Mike Lindell got defeated last night in the Republican primary. Wow. How about that? Well, Mr. Amnesty, I'm going to start granting amnesty for illegals. Something tells me that might have been one of your undoings, sir. I probably would have advised not to talk about giving amnesty if you're running on pro-strength of borders and strong stances against illegal immigration. You don't be a coward and backpedal. You'll grant amnesty under certain situations. That ain't going to fly, and neither will your pillow.
I agree.
We got a couple of really good stories, fun stuff. We're gonna.
You don't like my pillow? You don't like the pillows?
I've never tried it. I use a one of the cervical pillows, like the chiropractors recommend, because like Dawn, 3 weeks ago I woke up, I had a stiff neck and I had a pinched nerve in my neck from sleeping improperly, and it took me 2.5 weeks to recover. So now I have one of these things where I almost lay my head down like in this little. It almost looks like a little funnel, and I can't turn either way, and it keeps me proper.
There's all kind. Well, actually, I bought my first MyPillow when we were at the Super Bowl in Minnesota, because there's a MyPillow store in the Mall of America. So Robin and I were there every day, and they had the media set up right at the top level of the Mall of America. That was the media row. So fans were coming by. It was a great setup. And then we walked across, and MyPillow, we got to buy one, get one, and we got 2 free travel pillows, too. Mike Lindell wasn't there, but that's where his store is, and that's where MyPillows are made. So I had that. But then Robin is a pillow princess. Every time she sees another new pillow, she has to buy it. We have like 7,000 pillows of all shapes, sizes, thicknesses, widths, lengths. I mean, it's just. She is Pillow Princess an insult, or is that a compliment?
I kind of like that. We're going to move forward with it. That's her new nickname on the show, the Pillow Princess, Miss Robin.
I love it.
Yeah. Well, you know, they
Mrs. Robin to you,
Mrs. Robin. That's right. Because unlike Jared and Riley and AOC, you guys signed the dotted line. It's official.
We got the papers. We got papers.
Sealed, delivered.
As somebody once said,
our cats. It's like our cats. You have to have papers to prove that your cats are legit.
That's right.
Just like a marriage certificate.
Damn right. And as somebody once famously said as he was giving updates late into the night, it's a final.
It is a final.
Pedigree Pussycats and Pillow Princess.
Yeah. You know, they say you should honestly sleep flat on your back, no pillow, with your legs propped up on stick like a clothing basket underneath your legs. And that gives you the proper spinal and cervical alignment with your hips, your back, your neck. Try it one night. Try sleeping with no pillow, flat on your back, with your legs elevated like
can't
this.
Do that. You gotta have that comfort. And I have to have a pillow between my legs because I sleep on my side.
You're a side sleeper?
I'm a side sleeper, yeah.
See, I can't fall asleep.
I don't move an inch.
No?
I mean, I have like 4 inches of the gigantic mattress. Robin's on the other side. Where I sleep, I'm literally almost falling off the bed, and I don't move an inch from where I fall asleep.
Interesting.
Not 1 inch.
See, I have to try to fall asleep on my back. Now, I eventually end up on one of my sides, preferably the right as opposed to the left, if you get my drift. But I can't fall asleep on the left or right side. I start on my back. My wife says I look like I'm in a casket.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. I think she's dreaming of the day that I'm in a casket, to be honest. And that day could probably be here in the next 17 years.
By the way, did you see the latest from CNN? CNN last night said the Patriot Games are racist. So President Trump held the Patriot Games for American high school athletes last night.
Yeah.
And he flew into, you know who's going to get crushed today? Pat McAfee was there, right?
Yeah, looking like a college fraternity kid.
Yeah, because these were all athletes.
Yeah.
The Patriot Games for American high school athletes. So, of course, CNN comes on and says the Patriot Games are racist because this is a Hunger Games for high school athletes to do what they do, and it was mostly white people. So it's the Patriot Games were racist, according to CNN.
Well, let me ask you this, though, and far be it for me to criticize people that don't arrive in certain venues dressed appropriately. I'm the guy right now wearing Hey Dude slides on my feet in a professional workplace.
Hey, I learned from lesbians on today, proving once again that I practice what I preach.
And that's true.
What I practice.
And we have the tape.
I love lesbians, and I learn from lesbians.
Exactly. If you're Pat and I get it. Now Pat McAfee's going to end up making $50 or $60 million a year at ESPN, and yeah, he's got a relationship with Trump. But if you're going to greet the president of the United States as he's coming down the steps of Air Force One, don't you have to at least turn your hat around forward? Is that a violation?
Wait a minute. Doesn't our good friend who's now working with Dan Bongino keep his hat on backwards all the time?
Sean Ferris keeps his hat on all the time. I've never seen Sean Ferris with his hat off.
I haven't either. Does he have hair?
He does. He's got beautiful hair. He's got Bradley Cooper flowing locks.
I don't get the backward baseball cap if you're over 20.
I mean, I don't care. I don't care if you wear it over 20. Just not when you're saying hello to when you shake the president's hand. Can you put your hat on properly? It's like wearing your hat during the national anthem. It should be slapped off of your head.
This guy makes millions because he jumps off of boats during college football games.
And he's living the life I should be living.
Exactly.
I'm kind of mad about it, to be honest. Anyway, last clip here before we get to Fight Club, and then we're going to get to a whole bunch of fun stuff. We have a clip here on Andy Reid. Just wait for that. Fascinating.
Andy Reid.
Andy Reid making the cut sheet. Yes. We also
did he tell somebody to go have a ham sandwich?
Well, possibly. We also have a crazy Florida man story for Tony Bruno, and we also have a local story in Lancaster that involves perhaps one of our favorite condiments.
Mustard.
Yes. We apparently have
mustard
mischief in Lancaster. We're going to go to WGAL coming up shortly, but first, I want to play this last clip, then we'll get to Fight Club. So I mentioned the Abdul El-Sayed stuff in light of all of Woke 2 and all the crazy characters in that family tree. But remember we had, at the beginning of this show a few years ago, my high school classmate, Michael LaRosa. He was chief of staff for the former First Lady.
I didn't know you went to school with Michael LaRosa.
Oh, yeah. He was a great swimmer. And then he was the one who was having nefarious sexual activities on taxpayer dollars in hotels abroad.
Well, who hasn't? Who hasn't done that? I mean, come on. That's why I learned from lesbians. I learned in a hotel room.
Exactly.
Two lesbians. Yeah.
And you remember the battle we had on the air, and then he ultimately hung up on me, and he never came back on the show again. But now his Dr. Jill grift is over. So he's another Democrat that's all of a sudden getting lots of run on Fox News. Not to the level of John Fetterman, but I've seen him many times. Here he was last night talking about Abdul El-Sayed and 9/11. Let's roll Mr. Butt Pirate Michael LaRosa.
Some things transcend party loyalty, and I'm just surprised that there's not more people who won't stand up to this guy or this kind of candidate. I was 78 miles in high school in class 25 years ago on September 11th, and I signed a petition for Change.org saying Mamdani should stay out of New York City on 9/11. I think this guy, El-Sayed, should fly to New York City and look every family member of somebody who jumped out of a window because the alternative was worse. I think he should look them in the eye and tell them that there's no justification for what happened, for showing up at their office or boarding an airplane that day. They didn't do anything wrong. I think he should do that. I think he should take this seriously. And I'd like him to wipe the grin off his face when he's talking about it, too.
Oh, okay, Mikey. I kind of agree with you. Wipe that little smirk off your kisser. I just never thought, and I know we'll probably talk about this, Dawn, as we get closer to 9/11, the 25th commemoration of it, as we're just inside of a month now. I mean, it's August 12th already. But a quarter of a century later, did you ever envision that we would have a market? I'll just call it a market for people like Mamdani, El-Sayed, and Piker in American politics. Like if you would have told me on 9/11, 25 years later, these will be the faces of the Democrat Party, I'd be like, you're out of your mind.
Yeah.
And it's the 25th anniversary. And I was in L.A. on 9/11, so I remember it vividly, like it was yesterday. But the fact that this guy and people who don't want him to go there, I mean, could you imagine the cojones if he shows up at the 9/11 memorial? You think you saw him getting booed by the police up in Staten Island the other night?
Yep.
Yeah.
They hate him in New York. Most people hate Mamdani.
Yet he wins the election. He
does, but he wants to save face, though, because now he's had a few incidents, like you're talking about, the recent funeral of a young military veteran whose family didn't want him to speak, and he just sits there with egg on his face. So I imagine he'll look for an exit strategy to avoid the embarrassment. But it is an embarrassment that you have people who either have said or have supported people, right, through proxies, basically, or straw men, if you will, supported people who essentially said we deserved 9/11. It's sick.
It's disgusting. It really is.
Like Hassan Piker?
Yes, sir.
That idiot?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Exactly right. 83 days until the midterms.
By the way, you saw that Mamdani's wife now is not taking NYPD security with her as she goes to Libya and other war zones.
No, not good enough.
That?
Not good enough for her.
He had to be shamed into saying that. Oh, that's not going to happen. So he was going to send NYPD officers with his wife to go over to the Middle East while he has a big protection, a fleet of police protecting him in New York City, and then finally he had to be shamed into saying that she's going to go, but she's not going to have New York City police with her. How stupid do you have to be? And the New York media was trying to cover up for him.
Of course.
Until one reporter actually asked him about his wife taking NYPD to Lebanon and Libya, wherever else she was going.
Yeah. Wow. Amazing
The
times.
same people who hate police want police
of course.
to protect them when they're in war zones.
Of
Rules
course.
for thee and not for me.
Oh, the whole defund the police crowd. You think any of those liberals and those Democrats at the time weren't protected by police and personal security as they live in their gated communities? It's all a grift. They're all full of crap, and people take the bait on it. All right, let's take the bait for a Wednesday edition of a Jimmy Kelly-inspired Fight Club.
Ladies and gentlemen, we here at Kayal & Company need your help for the Tony Bruno Fund. Tony needs a pool. He needs help with his boat engine. Won't you please consider helping us? If you don't, we're just going to keep singing Rooney Tuesday ad nauseum. Welcome to a Wednesday, by the way, WENSDEE version of Kayal & Company Fight Club, where fights equal ratings. I hope we do a better job of doing this, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go.
You got knocked the out, man. We are going to knock you out.
I'm not looking for a fight, but if you want one, you came to the right place.
Fight Club. Phil Almquist has alerted me that we have a perhaps Disney-inspired Fight Club. Hopefully we have some audio here because it looks like, as I'm seeing it in the hopper, Minnie Mouse has finally lost her cool and starts throwing haymakers. Let's get to a Disney Fight Club. What do we have? Taking the flip-flops off and putting shoes on. Then you know it's on. You know what I'm saying? All right, that's Fight Club for a Wednesday.
Mickey Mouse Fight Club.
Wow. Remember back in the day, Mickey Mouse Clubhouse? Justin Timberlake was a part of it. Britney Spears. Hold on. I had that.
Yeah, that was either New York or L.A., because that's where people dress up like and the Hollywood Walk of Fame is an absolutely cesspool there in Hollywood, where you pay $15,000, you can get a star too on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
Yeah,
but the ones in New York City are really, really aggressive.
Yeah,
if you don't tip them when they want like your kid, they grab your kid and then they take a picture with them and then they want money. And if you don't pay them, that's what happens. You get a beatdown going on by all these like 4 foot tall Peruvian men and women.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I hear you. And I got the hot dog song and the jingle dancing in my head now. I had that for 2 years in my head.
Sorry.
Hot dog, hot diggity dog. Oh, God. My God. I was out of work recovering from vocal cord surgery. Kristen's working. I've got 2 twins that are 2 years old. And I got the hot dog song running rampant in my house.
By the way, Tom Tartaglia says, well, you know what they say, lesbians equal ratings.
Yeah.
Not only, fights, especially lesbians fighting.
That's right.
Woo.
Equal ratings, too.
That's right.
If we had a lesbian fight club, that'd be awesome.
We could do a whole week on that. That'd be phenomenal.
Be like Shark Week.
Tony would be the master of ceremonies. And then we bring in
I'd be selling shirts. Yeah. I'd be selling shirts in Times Square that said I learned from lesbians.
Then we could bring in
I should go to the WNBA and stand outside of WNBA games and sell these.
Yeah, you know what?
I'd make $1 million.
I'll tell you what, Tony, if this radio thing doesn't work out, we should declare ourselves as eligible for the WNBA draft.
I think this is a great idea. This is a really good idea. A whole week of lesbian fight club.
Yes.
I think it'd be great.
Get Gary Stam on that. Tell Gary Stam to start searching for lesbian fights.
Lesbian fight club.
And email me like 20 of them. Preferably in one email and not 20 separate ones, Gary. All right, we'll come back. Speaking of the hot dog song, we have...
Mustard.
Yes, Mustard Mischief in Lancaster. The cut sheet continues with...
Mustard.
Yes.
Woo.
Back after this.
We got to talk about my guys, Marvin E. Cans. Man, it's been a hot, muggy summer. If you live in an older home or you have a room in your home that does not have the proper ductwork, do what I did. Call my guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating, Cooling, and now Plumbing. Marvin E. Cans installed that Mitsubishi Electric heating and air conditioning mini split unit in our home office. That was last year. What a game changer for us, especially in this heat. Learn more about a Mitsubishi Electric heating and air conditioning mini split unit. Visit my guys, marvinecans.com. That's marvinekanze.com, marvinecans.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The Birds are back, and another championship run starts now. Don't just watch the season, be part of it. Hit the road with thousands of fellow fans and take over the opposing stadium. Fans of Philly has road trips available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, London, and more. Every trip includes airfare, game tickets, and an exclusive pregame party. Book your seat today with the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a P.com.
Hey, Dawn Sensland here. Summer's the season for fresh starts, and nothing transforms your home like a brand new kitchen. Since 1979, Kitchen Magic in Nazareth, PA has been a family business built on high quality and true craftsmanship, and they're making it easier than ever. Save 40% on installation plus flexible financing to fit any budget. KitchenMagic.com. Make this the summer your kitchen finally gets the upgrade it deserves. Tell Dawn sent you.
When was the last time you watched your home movies?
Disasters strike unexpectedly. Every year, American families lose the one thing they'd run back into a burning building for: their family's memories. Hi, I'm Nick.
And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box to help save your family's most important recorded moments so you don't have to worry.
Load Legacy Box with your old movies, film reels, and shoeboxes of photos.
We work our digitizing magic, converting those memories right to the cloud so they're safe and accessible forever.
It's fast, we always send your originals back, and it's done right here in the USA.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box. Better Homes and Garden, Real Simple, and Inc. Magazine are all talking about Legacy Box.
New York Times columnist David Pogue says, "Have them digitized. I wish I'd done it sooner." Take action. Save your family's memories today with Legacy Box.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off while supplies last. LegacyBox.com/value.
Hi, this is Dave Barlow from Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. It's time to step up to the plate. The summer sell-out event at Barlow is here. Add Barlow discounts to factory rebates, and these deals are knocking it out of the park. The GMC lineup is stacked with power, with the Sierra leading the way. The Buick lineup combines style, comfort, and confidence. Slide in the Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury before these deals are out of here, or shop 24/7 at BarlowAutoGroup.com. Buick, exceptional by design. GMC, we are professional grade.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
At Tri-County CDJR, something exciting is happening. Our inventory is going up while our prices are going down. And right where they meet, that's the perfect moment to buy. Right now, get up to 20% off new 2026 Ram 1500s, including a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. More inventory, lower prices. Find your perfect deal at 422jeep.com. That's 422jeep.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Super busy Wednesday morning. It's a Tony Bruno What Up Wednesday as we continue Kayal and Company. Phil Lomquist with Today in Music History coming up in about a half hour. The Big Three, the Dawn Show on the way. Cut sheet rolls on as we have all sorts of crazy fun stories. We've been all over the big stuff today, from murder rates violent crime in America at record lows. That was one of the themes of the Big Take today, as well as the pros and cons of the rise of artificial intelligence and, of course, the fallout from the big upset in Wisconsin and what that means moving forward. So if you missed any of that, go back and hit up the Odyssey Rewind feature on the Odyssey app, or go back and drag that cursor back on the YouTube machine if you want to watch some of the commentary from earlier today. But let's have a little fun here. I want to go to D6, Phil. D6 here. As I mentioned going into the break, we have mustard mischief in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, where, according to WGAL, Lancaster Cupcake is trying to figure out why people keep showing up after hours and covering its front door with mustard. Yes.
No.
Yes. I can't believe this is a real story, as Dawn would say.
Do we have tape?
Technically local story. We may have. D6, Phil. Let's go to WGAL in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. D6.
I've removed a snake out of a car vent, in the engine, purses, backpack, in a helmet. Never.
It's an opponent that probably.
No, this is the wrong clip. This is D5. This is D5. D6 is the...
Lori, unusual is just one word for it. This is a situation that Lancaster Cupcake has been dealing with over and over again. Some mustard mischiefs were caught on this security camera spraying mustard all over the front entrance of the building. And now the people here at Lancaster Cupcake just wants to know who is responsible for this.
And just kind of disbelief, like mustard, and now it's like again. Mustard.
You heard that right. It's a mustard mystery at Lancaster Cupcake.
Nick Kayal,
Security
where were
camera
you?
video shows a group
I have
of
an
people
alibi.
running up to the business's front entrance, squirting mustard everywhere, and running off.
Mustard.
They even wrote the word mustard on the ground.
We come in and there'd be mustard all over our doors and windows, and you know, as innocent as it sounds to begin with, multiple offenses is starting to get us worried that they're starting to muster up their courage to do something more.
It's also hard to muster up an explanation, not only for employees, but also for customers.
She said that they've been mustarded. I don't even know what that means, but it doesn't sound nice.
Lancaster Cupcake says they've been put in a squeeze not once, not twice, but 4 or 5 times now. They've even taken inspiration from the sticky situation. It's a condiment you might not expect on a cupcake, but Lancaster Cupcake is making the most of the mustard mischiefs and making light of the situation. It's leaving a mark on their business as the icing on the cake.
Mustard stains, so it stains the concrete, it stains there. Last time we cleaned it up, we had to get it professionally power washed.
After hundreds of dollars and hours of time cleaning the mustard mess, Lancaster Cupcake has one message for those responsible until they're caught yellow-handed.
Be like, guys, just knock it off. I mean, I know you probably think it's an innocent prank, but it's really not. It's scaring people.
Manheim Township Police say they do have a few suspects in mind, but this is still very much an ongoing investigation. If anyone has any idea who those mustard mischiefs might be, they're encouraged to reach out to police as soon as possible. Live in Manheim Township.
I got to tell you, right off the top, Dawn, I need your professional media analysis. I thought they put that really well together, like that. Bailey Martin, and then all the things
Bailey
like
Martin.
it was cute.
I see Emmys. I see.
I do too.
I see her being on The View at one point.
Mustard. We've got mustard vandals. Dan Borowski found that. So I got to say, Dan Borowski, you're officially in the Hall of Fame with that one.
That was. Is Nick Kayal a suspect? Is anybody from Kayal and Company?
So I am
club.
I am accounted for from 8 p.m. moving forward every night.
So Dawn couldn't have gone there because she was in Naples. Nick, he plays golf. Maybe he went up to Lancaster and played one of the fine tracks up in that area. I'm 30.
I'm either napping, golfing, or sleeping. I was not in Manheim Township Zone. Mustard.
So we have to. Harry Mays, where was Harry?
Yeah, where's Harry at?
All right, Tony and Miss Robin are accounted for. Mrs. Robin.
Yes. Where was Ron DeSantis?
Florida is where woke goes to die.
Exactly. And Manheim Township is where mustard goes to thrive. Mustard. Damn right.
Isn't that where the Mannheim steamroller came from? No, that's a different Mannheim.
I think that's a different Mannheim. Let's go down to your state, Tone. Fox 13 locally. We have a Florida man. Tony, do you know where DeSoto County is? Is that near you?
Absolutely. I know all the counties here.
Tony does the gerrymandering for Florida.
Hernando County, all the counties, Lee County, Collier County, all the great counties.
All right. Well, a Florida man in DeSoto County, courtesy of Fox 13 locally, was accused of driving 110 miles per hour and claimed that he was speeding to catch his cheating girlfriend. Clip D1, courtesy of Dan Borowski. Phil, let's go to Florida man doing a $110 trying to find his cheating girlfriend.
Any reason for you going that fast?
I'm actually on my way to my cheating girlfriend's house.
Your cheating girlfriend's house?
Yep.
Okay. Go ahead and step out.
Absolutely.
Appreciate you. Face that way for me. Yep. Put your hands behind your back.
What's he driving? Wait, they're putting him in
Familiar with
cuffs?
the new law in Florida?
No.
All right, anything over 50 miles per hour or the speed limit is arrestable.
I am totally unsatisfied.
Placed under arrest for excessive speed.
I'm just in shock right now. I'm in the back of a cop car listening to Boss Man D-Lo at 1 o'clock in the morning to go catch my cheating girlfriend. Now I'm going to get bailed out by her. Dude, what in the world?
Dude. Any reason for you going that fast?
I'm actually on my way to my cheating girlfriend's house.
Your cheating girlfriend's house?
Yep.
Okay.
You're cheating hard.
Appreciate you. Face that way for me.
And this is body cam, courtesy of DeSoto County Sheriffs.
You familiar with the new law in Florida?
No.
All right, anything over 50 miles per hour or the speed limit is arrestable. Okay.
So how fast was he going?
So he's going 110. All right, we can get out of this right now.
55.
So
50.
Right. So if you're
all these flock cameras are catching everything.
right, so if the speed limit's 55 and you're 50 above that, that would be 105. He was doing 110.
Yeah, but he's trying to find his cheating girlfriend. That should be.
And now she has to bail him out.
Yeah, now she has to bail him.
Hey, honey, I need you to bail me out, and then we have to talk. Well, let me ask you this.
That did not look like your typical redneck, dirtbag Florida man that you would expect a Florida man to look like.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. Well, he's a young whippersnapper. But let me ask you this, though. We've been talking about flock cameras and, the whole surveillance state versus your safety and security. I'm actually not surprised. Florida's a law and order state.
Mm-hmm.
I could see this being something that Texas adopts. I could see a lot of red states like Georgia adopting this. You're going $110 possibly in a 55. I'm not opposed to having somebody being actually cuffed and arrested as opposed to given a citation and a ticket.
If it's 1 o'clock in the morning and there's nobody on the road, people do 90 here on roads all the time, even when there's traffic. Because Florida drivers are terrible because it's people from all over the country coming down and not knowing how to drive in Florida, just like they don't know how to drive in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, any other state.
Mm-hmm.
Florida drivers, the old Florida drivers, they're the ones who should be tested. When you hit 80, you should have to reapply for a driver's license and prove that you're still cognizant enough to drive. Because forget about the people on their phones 24/7, but it's the people who are like driving 30 miles an hour on a freeway, to me, is more dangerous than driving 90 at 1 o'clock in the morning when there's nobody on the road.
No, we deal with that. At least I do every morning coming in here. There's always some idiot on the right-hand lane of the Schuylkill going 36 miles an hour when it's a 55, screwing up the whole flow of traffic.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got some schmuck driving an 18-wheeler in the middle lane, and he's going slow, and you got to zip all the way around the left to get around these people. And then, I don't know, Dawn, where you merge on to the Schuylkill or the Vine, or if you do it all.
Like City Ave.
But the people coming in off of Girard Avenue down by the zoo to get on 76, where you basically have to gun it, or you have to be at a complete stop.
Yeah.
Like, make up your mind. You either get on or you wait, but this back and forth of non-committal to merge, you're going to cause an accident. I'm blaring my horn at these people. Go! Get on, man.
That light where the zoo is, and you got to make the turn, right? When you come up and come behind the art museum and you go up that way, Spring Garden, and then you get to that zoo intersection and nobody knows where the hell they're going.
Exactly. One last one as we get ready to wind down some of the funny stuff, and then we'll round back to a few.
We have the horse race thing that I sent you guys.
What'd you send?
It's so funny. I sent a clip of a horse race in Saratoga the other day, and it's absolutely Funny.
Who'd you send
Proving
it to?
that Trump. I sent it to everybody.
Oh, we do. I see it. Phil has it loaded up.
This is Saratoga Raceway.
Yeah, cue it up, Tone. Go ahead.
That Trump is making racing great again. Let's go to the tape at Saratoga.
His name right now. Going in. And they're off. And Sebastian the First is the first one out of the gate. Max Money is flashing sharp early speed too, and down at the rail, Tricky Business joins the fray as they are vying for command. And up close too is Mo for the King. So it's Tricky Business, Mo for the King, head and head. 3 lengths back to Max Money in third.
Look at the three-horse.
At the rail, one big, beautiful Bill takes that third spot. They are followed by Blue Roof Bow, who heading to the half-mile pole is 6 lengths off the lead. Sebastian the First and 2 more to Empire Sky. The opening quarter went in 22 and 2/5 seconds, heading to the 3/8 pole.
Watch the stretch
it's
drive.
Tricky Business.
Come on, 3.
And Mo for the King, 1-2. One big, beautiful Bill is in third. Max Money puts his gray head right up alongside of him. They are followed by Blue Roof Bow, who's trying to gain some momentum. He's 5th and 5 lengths off the lead. Sebastian the First is next, and Empire Sky trails the half in 45 seconds flat, top of the lane for Tricky Business. Now trying to put him away, has a 3-length lead, but a lot of work to do.
Come on, Bill!
One big, beautiful Bill is coming after him with each and every stride. They are followed by Mo for the King and Max Money, 16th pole. Tricky Business, 2-length lead.
Come on, one big, beautiful Bill. Come on.
Keeps grinding away, getting very close. Here's one big, beautiful Bill.
Yeah! It's a photo finish.
He's a perfect 2 for.
Yes. Now,
Yes.
Tony, here's the important question. Did you box that?
No, you know, that's his second race. He is 2-0.
Wow.
That's amazing.
How about that? One big, beautiful Bill.
Max Money was in there, too. Max Money was in there. And that was, you talk about a stretch run. That was awesome.
Yeah.
I'm telling you now, you bet on one big, beautiful Bill next time you're looking at your Saratoga OTB card.
Yeah.
Don't waste money betting on stupid baseball games.
That's right.
You got to put it all on one big, beautiful.
It's the only thing the Senate accomplished in 2 years. I can tell you that John Thune was not the trainer nor the jockey of One Big Beautiful Bill, because he would have fallen off and crashed and burned. And then said he didn't have the votes. Oh, God.
That was one of my favorite calls of all time. You don't hear that at the Preakness or the Derby.
That's a good pull by you. I like that.
Or the Belmont.
Yeah.
You know, listen, I'm a racing aficionado. I've won so many trifectas back in the day. You know what I'm saying?
You remember back in the day when you and Harry and I were working together, and I picked the Derby, but I didn't box him with another horse, and I hit him at 10-1, and you tried to shame me for hitting a 10-1 pick. You remember those days?
Yeah. I used to give out superfectas, trifecta locks, made people millionaires. I made more millionaires than the One Big Beautiful Bill. But that was, I mean, that's a classic. I mean, that was absolutely, and it's a professional race call too. That's the Saratoga's a legit, big time racetrack up in New York.
That's right.
But to hear the announcer. I mean, it was just you couldn't script that.
Yeah.
That's better than any movie that's ever been made about a horse coming down the stretch and then winning it it wasn't even a photo.
Yeah.
He got it by a head, I think, or a nose.
There was nothing better than back in the day when they used to have, before the brick and mortar casinos started popping up in Pennsylvania. We had the OTD, the OTB, the off track betting places. There was a spot in the Lehigh Valley. It was called the Downs, right off of Route 22. My old man would be in there drinking Diet Cokes, smoking Marlboro Reds, and betting on $5 horse races.
Yeah, in South Philly, I would go down to that. I would go down to the one place down there on where everybody would go to bet on horse races before the casinos were there. One place on Oregon. No, it was Pattison, I think. And you go in there, and it's OTB, and there's all people smoking in there. And that's where I would go and make my bets for all the big races. Now, I'm not sitting in there like former Eagle coach Ray. Ray
Rhodes.
Who was the guy? Ray Rhodes was in there every day betting on horses. So I only went in there for the big races. I didn't go in there and smoke all day and sit around wasting my time betting $2 parlays. Exactly. You know, at fringe racetracks. But I used to go to Liberty Bell. I used to go to Brandywine. That's a Joseph Ritchie. I'm going to name my next horse Melania's Trainer.
Ooh.
The Turf Club. Remember the Turf Club?
Yeah. Of course. That was back in the day when horse racing was really, really big.
Garden State Park, Brandywine. What was the other one? They're all over the place.
Yeah. Have you ever been to the Kentucky Derby, Tone?
Absolutely. I was sitting on Millionaires Row one year up there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Back when you were
was broke, but I had credentials, so they put me up there. It's one of those bucket list things you have to do. It's a great event, and you sit there all day. The good thing about it, it's the only sport where as you're a member of the media, you can actually bet right inside the press box. So in the press box on the back wall, the degenerate gamblers who are covering the races, they turn around and then they bet and then go sit down and root for their horses in the press box.
Talk about a tainted media. How about that? There you go.
No, it doesn't matter. Everybody's yelling at different horses, so it doesn't matter. It's not rigged.
That's true. Sometimes it's too big to rig. Harry Mays checks in. He says he's a spicy brown mustard guy. I could see Harry being one of those spicy mustard guys.
He's not a Dijonais guy right there. Not Dijonais, the chick who went to Stanford and has the blonde wig, who's now one of the big superstars in the WNBA, who grew up rich, Stanford, and very, very privileged.
Right. Who now tweets about white privilege.
Exactly, yes.
Final one of the day. Where do I want to go here? I was going to do the Andy Reid one, but it's actually a photo. It's not a video. But you know what? What the hell? Let's throw it up. Phil, it's clip D4. Now, here's the only context I have to this. 5,000 NFL fans were asked to rank the league's hottest head coaches. Okay, so hottest NFL head coaches, and somehow, some way, Andy Reid came in 5th.
Because he's hot.
We'll throw it up.
Right? He's a hot coach.
What?
All right, now look. Okay, so Sean McVay leads the way. Sean McVay at 16%. Dawn, I'll leave this up to you. Sean McVay, box 1. Hot?
Well,
what do you mean by hot? Good
yeah,
looking?
what's the interpretation
What do you mean? What do I mean by hot?
Hot meaning good, meaning great, meaning
sexy,
winning.
Attractive. Is Sean McVay?
No, it is. It's
too sexy for my coach. Too sexy for my
NFL head coach attractiveness survey.
Right. So Dawn, Sean McVay, attractive, good-looking guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
How about Matt LaFleur, number 2, Packers head coach?
Yeah,
he's a good-looking.
Yeah,
guy.
Matt.
Okay.
Matt. He's looking pretty good. I'll give Matt a 7.
Number
McDonald's a good-looking man. Not that I'm not gay, but I'm confident in my masculinity to look at other men and say, yes, they're attractive.
Proving we are not toxic. Nick Sirianni comes in at number 4.
Woohoo!
Just under 6%.
Okay.
Attractive. Mm-hmm. And then there's Andy Reid.
Andy Reid.
Andy Reid. The hottest. Just ask Tammy.
Number 5.
Just ask Tammy.
Look at that big stash.
And Ben Johnson with the Bears. Mike Vrabel with his girlfriends and kids from other reporters. Mike Vrabel, he leads the league not just in being attractive, but being able to take ESPN's top expert in the NFL, sleep with her and make babies with her. He's got to be higher than number 5, number 7.
I am still.
Mike Vrabel's got to be top 3.
I am still blown away all summer long, all spring, that ESPN, even with Rossini no longer employed there. Remember when she was outed for this inappropriate relationship with Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel? She was a reporter for The Athletic. So it wasn't like they were protecting one of their own employees. But Dawn talks about media bias all the time and media bias by omission. The ESPN did not cover the Diana Rossini story.
Of course not.
It's unbelievable. How do you not cover that?
Was revered by local sports shows for being the greatest NFL insider. Remember that?
Yes.
People were saying, oh, she's the best NFL insider in the entire league because she would come on certain radio shows. So, of course, you're going to, you're not paying her. So you kiss her ass and she comes on the show.
Yeah. Let me ask you this real quick to wrap up. Is sports media more left-wing than news and political media?
Absolutely.
I think there's a case to be made for it.
That's a good call.
I really
you
believe
look at Mike Sealski, you look at the guys in Philly, Mike Sealski and that ilk, they're all far left. And again, I don't care what their politics are, but when you have to talk politics when you're doing a sports report, which we don't really do, look at the WNBA. Look at how messy that league is.
Right.
When you're dealing with people who can't even, the coaches can't even defend their own players. And by the way, you mark this down, mark the tape. I got another prediction right here.
Oh, man.
They will absolutely fire the head coach of your Indiana Fever before this day is done.
Yeah.
On this August 12th, she will be gone, and she will be gone before the day is done.
I think we should
Lock it
field. I think we should field the WNBA team ourselves. We'll take Enos Kanter and Royce White, who have already declared for the WNBA draft, and then we'll grab Dan Borowski. Dan Borowski's like 6'10".
He can dunk.
He can dunk.
He can dunk. I think he can touch the rim at least.
And then we'll get Stalker. Stalker will play like the 3. He'd be a good wingman. I'll run point, and Tony, you be the head coach.
I'm not a lesbian, though, but I did learn from lesbians, so I'm qualified.
And we will beat the women's team. Why? Because there's biological differences between men and women. And there's only 2 sets of chromosomes.
I love the fact that the WNBA had to have a meeting to determine what a woman is.
Right.
After finding out that men who want to play in the league were going out to audition to be in the league next year.
Yep.
Pretty much proving that the WNBA ownership, the coaching staff, their commissioner, and their coaches are absolutely clueless. And that's why it is the most ridiculous, worthless league in all of sports. And I love women's sports, but the WNBA has pretty much killed its own brand.
Pretty much. For whatever brand
Suicide.
they had. Exactly.
Sin.
It is. All right, we'll come back today in music history with H-Share, the Big 3 with Dawn. Dawn show top of the hour, and then I believe you also have Linda Kearns today.
Linda Kearns, we have a great influencer. We'll talk to you about a big event that's coming up. And we have a very special edition of Big 3 with Bruno. Wait till you see what we have in store.
Yes, and don't forget, folks, head on a swivel. We have a mustard vigilante on the loose. Stay there. We're back after this.
Hey, there's a feeling, that comes with driving a Mercedes-Benz. It's a feeling of confidence, craftsmanship, and arriving exactly where you belong. So during the Mercedes-Benz Welcome Home celebration, you're going to celebrate and you're going to discover exceptional offers on a remarkable selection of brand new vehicles, including the GLC and GLE SUVs. Just visit your local authorized Piazza dealer in Westchester, Wilmington, or Atlantic City. Experience the luxury, the innovation, and the performance that truly sets Mercedes-Benz apart. The Welcome Home celebration happening right now. Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City. What are you waiting for? PIAZZA, PiazzaAutoGroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Babbel proudly presents the Sheep Cheese Fiasco.
Cute market. Oh, cheese. Let's get cheese. Cheese, cheese, cheese. Hola. Quiero una oveja. Pequeñita.
¿Una oveja pequeñita?
Sí.
Bueno, pues tengo como 20.
Oh, no. Oh, but they're cute.
Don't let your Spanish fool you. Avoid bringing home the farm with Babbel, the award-winning language learning app.
Can you make us some cheese, please? Oh, cheese. You're not cheese.
Practice with Babbel's guided conversations based on real situations. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel will have you speaking conversationally in as little as 3 weeks.
Yes. Oh, you're so sweet.
Get up to 50% off on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's 50% off at BABBEL.com.
When summer heat hits, the right replacement windows will help your home feel more comfortable. At PJ Fitzpatrick, you get American-made, energy-efficient windows that are beautiful, affordable, and built to last. That's PJ Fitzpatrick, backed by 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and a lifetime materials and labor guarantee. Schedule your free design consultation at trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Is there anything Albert, my AI financial assistant, can't do? Albert, can you create a financial plan just for me?
Yes. I've reviewed your accounts, income, and spending. Here's your plan and a few suggestions.
Great. Any savings I'm missing out on?
I reorganized your budget and found an extra $500 this month. Would you like me to transfer that to your savings?
Sure.
Done.
Oh, I'm thinking about moving. Can you get me more cash?
Albert can get you a loan up to $10,000 fast. How does that sound?
Sounds perfect. Looks like Albert really can do everything.
Download the Albert app and use promo code EARN to try Genius, your AI financial assistant, and get up to $10,000. Just download the Albert app and use promo code EARN to try Genius and get up to $10,000. Promo code EARN.
It feels like every day there's something in the headlines that could make you wonder to yourself, is now even a good time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 28 years, and each week he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti Saturdays and Sundays at 6 a.m., 9 a.m., and 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm and have resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. Every year, millions are hurt in car accidents. The numbers are overwhelming. But if you're injured in an accident, don't feel overwhelmed. Call Lundy Law. We remove the stress and get you the maximum compensation you deserve. We hope we never meet because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
A diagnosis like heart failure, AFib, or valve disease requires specialized expert care. It's serious stuff, and choosing the right heart care team can make all the difference. The heart specialists at Deborah Heart and Lung Center deliver advanced diagnostics and innovative treatment options ranging from minimally invasive procedures to complex cardiac surgery. The result? Measurably better outcomes from one of the leading heart hospitals in the country. Because when it's your heart, you don't take chances. DemandDeborah.org.
Hey, Westchester. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We are back, 9:57. It's Kayal and Company winding things down on a What Up Wednesday. Tony Bruno is with us. He's going to hang out for the Big Three. Big Three's coming up shortly. Dawn Show,
yes.
Top of the hour. But as always, to wrap up 4 hours of whatever the hell it is we do.
Whatever we do.
We go to the HR man himself to find out what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, August 12th, music is actually sponsored by Philly Hired. We celebrate the birthday of Mark Knopfler from Dire Straits. We also lost Richie Hayward from Little Feat in 2010, as well as Les Paul in 2009. Signature Can't Get Enough by Bad Company in 74, and Who Will You Run To by Heart in 87. Adam Nakud, The Black Album by Metallica in 91. Sacred Heart by Dio in 85. Rough Diamonds by Bad Company in 82. And Queensryche's debut in 83. Also at 84, Lionel Richie performed at the closing ceremonies of the LA Olympics. In 68, Jimmy Page, Robert Plant, John Paul Jones, and John Bonham all played together for the very first time. In 66, the Beatles began the U.S. leg of their final tour. In 99, the Kiss movie Detroit Rock City premiered. And in 70, Janis Joplin played her final show. But lastly, on this day in 89, the Moscow Music Festival took place, including Bon Jovi, the Scorpions, Motley Crue, Ozzy, Cinderella, and Skid Row. Still scrolling those big national job boards, doing it wrong. If you want a job in Philly, use a site from the city. Philly Hire connects you with local companies that actually know what a hoagie is. Find your next gig at phillyhire.com. Local jobs for local people. Don't be a jabroni for a Kayal company. I'm, of course, Phil Onquist.
That's right. Never be a jabroni.
Never
pays to be a jabroni.
Never.
But it does pay.
Or a strapper like Jake Tapper.
Exactly right. Speaking of news, she's not a strapper. She's an Emmy Award winner. She's the great Dawn Stensland.
It's the Big Three with Dawn Stensland.
The Big Three, and we are sponsored on this Wednesday morning, 77 degrees, as we cool off from the heat wave a little bit, get a reprieve. But we are sponsored by Kitchen Magic. This is a special edition. Big Three, Bruno, Borowski, we're all here. And we got to talk about the guy making national headlines. This is Pennsylvania attorney Dave Sunday holding a biggity big news conference. Biggity big is how I put it. He's suing TikTok over what he says is inappropriate kids content. Dave Sunday not happy, holding this news conference and accusing TikTok of misrepresenting its suitability for Pennsylvania children and teenagers. This is the state's top prosecutor now going after the popular app and saying that TikTok intentionally designed its app to be addictive to young people, to our children who are vulnerable. Here's Dave Sunday.
We good? Okay.
We're good.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Attorney General Dave Sunday, and I'm here to announce legal action that will protect a tremendous amount of Pennsylvanians and their families. This legal action is a lawsuit against the social media giant TikTok, specifically how TikTok misrepresents its app as age appropriate for teens as young as 13, who will then continue and consume the adult content on that app.
So Dave Sunday, you think about this. So he's a AG here in Pennsylvania, and what he's doing here, he's taking on a giant, TikTok. Nearly 100 million Americans use this very popular app. You think about it, if you don't know about it, it shares these short form videos and it has a growing number of especially kids. That's really who it's designed for, where they can claim that it's only for 13 plus. We know kids younger.
Well, my girls,
right? They've been on it for years.
Yeah, my daughters are on it. I think it's fascinating on multiple layers. If you think about this, Trump saved TikTok, right? He bought it, ByteDance, the whole bit. He wanted to make sure that TikTok was something that can continue to be utilized from the Chinese company. But then you kind of have Dave Sunday. Now, I do think there's a difference in the addictive nature of it versus the designation of it for children. I'm all for protecting kids, but I also don't think bans work. But here's where I have to defend any company. Isn't it, now, again, minors excluded, Dawn, isn't it the goal of a company to want to make your product as desirable as possible? Whether you're selling cigarettes, alcohol, pizza, or great content on talk radio, don't you want people to be addicted to what you're selling?
In this, because I think that what he's claiming here in this lawsuit, and this is making national news, this is big, but what he's saying here is he's talking about their goal, their business model, and who they're targeting and how they're doing it. Do we have a little more, Dan?
To be clear, TikTok designers are very good at what they do. They aim to present a product that users feel they cannot be without. and they succeed. We've all heard of FOMO, right? That addictiveness, fear of missing out, that addictiveness harms children. We allege that TikTok knowingly created platform features intended to cause excessive, compulsive, and addictive use, ignoring that young people are most susceptible to and harmed by those very features. Features like push notifications and infinite scroll are meant to draw users in and keep them there. This past spring, students told me about something that I've never heard of, but every single student almost in our teen talks shared with me the concept of bed rot. Have you heard this term? I see a few younger people shaking their head up and down. If you haven't heard of this term, you were like I was. It is a term, and this is a known term in usage every day. That term is for when they lose hours at a stretch in the morning when they wake up or in the evening, just scrolling on their phones for hours.
Laying in bed like turds. Yeah.
Sound familiar?
Well, it's bad parenting out of me. But see, here's the thing. I don't need Dave Sunday to tell me that TikTok is addicting. Kristen has done what Kristen, this is why she's a saint. She's put time limits on the girl's phone. They get 2 hours a day, whether it's a text message, a phone call, a TikTok, a Snapchat. Their phone being lit up and active has a 2-hour time window. And if they use up 2 hours solely on TikTok or text messages or group text or whatever, the phone shuts off. I feel like it's a parental thing, not a government thing.
No, you're right. But here's the thing. TikTok in the United States and TikTok in China are not the same. They do not operate under the same rules. So obviously, TikTok's huge. That's why Trump wanted somebody from the United States to run it. But I don't know who's running it. And again, I agree. I don't like TikTok, but a lot of people go on there. So what are you going to do? At least Dave Sunday is speaking up to protect Pennsylvanians. He's taking on TikTok. Meanwhile, Josh Shapiro is suing Trump over everything he does, including nuns. He sues nuns every time Trump says something. And by the way, the latest stats on Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro has spent, I saw this earlier today, it's from the Commonwealth Foundation, on how much money Pennsylvania has spent on the so-called gender-affirming care nonsense, which is a lie.
Not anymore.
Millions of dollars Pennsylvania has spent. And so when Trump says he's not going to fund that anymore, what does Josh Shapiro do? He sues Trump because he knows that's big money. Big money. And now finally, so that's all he wants to do is sue Trump every single day. That's not the way, you're going to get people to vote for you. Maybe in Pennsylvania it is, but that's just, to me, that's ridiculous to constantly blame Trump while he's not doing anything to lower taxes or give you the $650 for gas that he promised and all the other stuff. All politicians do this. Yeah, school choice, which he's not. He hates. He hates school choice. He wants unlimited abortions. He wants people to be able to change their sexes. He won't give any opinions on other candidates. He's just a guy who wants to be president, and he's going to run. He's going to win, but he's also going to run for president a year after he wins the re-election here in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and Stacey Garrity, she was, remember when she was voted in, and she's his opponent, she's the Pennsylvania treasurer, but as well, when you say he's going to win, meaning this fall as the incumbent, as the Democrat governor of Pennsylvania. But Stacey Garrity is somebody who really gets ignored by the media. I mean, I think they give her just a little bit of airtime, whatever they think is,
that's a good point.
What's required. But I say, remember when she was elected, she actually got more votes than President Trump, and Trump has joked about this. She's very popular as the treasurer. She's competent. She's a military veteran. You guys, imagine just for a moment, if Stacey Garrity, redheaded, she was known as the Angel of the Desert, right? As a military veteran, Iraq War, among other of her tours of duty. But imagine for a moment if this attractive redheaded woman, good at math, right, state treasurer, and she's done so much for the Commonwealth, Just imagine if she had a D behind her name.
Oh,
the national, not just Pennsylvania or local, right?
And to your point, think about the media in this state, just Pennsylvania alone. They run cover for Shapiro and protect him. Yet they, to your point, they don't cover Stacey Garrity barely at all. And they don't even really try to ridicule or slander her or tear her down. They just don't give her any run, period. It's one of the most bizarre in a state that Donald Trump has won twice. It's fascinating that Shapiro can have the approval he has, considering what Tony just said, where he files lawsuit after lawsuit against the Trump administration in a state where Donald Trump is relatively popular.
Yeah.
Wild. It's a weird dynamic.
Outside, but here's the thing. They know, the Democrats know that Philadelphia and Pittsburgh are going to turn out for Democrats. So the rest of the state doesn't matter. You see, Allegheny County now, I read this morning, is not allowing people to, is not going to turn over the records to prove that they have people who are legally in the country voting. So these people are defiant. You would think Allegheny County, would hand over the records, but they're not. And they defiantly not turn over voter rolls to be investigated to see whether there are people in this country voting illegally. Yep. So when you have that kind of defiance of any kind of court order, they can get away with it. Even though Scott Pressler's out there doing what he wants, what he needs to do, these people still defy court orders. That's the thing. Trump doesn't defy them. He fights them afterwards, but these people just flat out say, we're not going to pay attention to that. Mm-hmm. That's the thing that bothers most common sense people, regardless of your political bent.
Mm-hmm.
So I will say this with Dave Sunday, the 65-page complaint filed in Allegheny County Common Pleas Court. And the bottom line on this is that it's alleging TikTok violated the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania's consumer protection laws by presenting itself as appropriate for users as young as 13. If you're under 13, they say this is not designed for you. We all know kids under 13 are on it, but failing to disclose the risks posed by features that encourage compulsive addictive use. So that's where he's going with this, and it's a big lawsuit. So we'll see. I mean, this is obviously there was the bipartisan group, remember, 2 years ago that raised some similar allegations, but he's going further. And part of that is, Tony Bruno, that he actually held all of these symposiums, these town halls, inviting parents, but more importantly, their tween kids. And he gathered all this data. So this is something that's groundbreaking, what he's done. I give him, he has young kids. He and his wife have young kids. And I give him a lot of credit for this, to expose this. You said something important, Tony. A lot of people don't realize what you stated earlier. I don't want it to go under the radar. You said TikTok in China is different because it's not this, right? It's not this mind-numbing.
It's more educational. Yeah, it's educational content in China. But here, listen, I get it. It's addictive. I mean, you're seeing even like the politicians, even like Brett Baer has a TikTok Tuesday because people know that you want to get the young people, you go to TikTok. I have a TikTok account. I'm never on there. A lot of people do shorts on there. I wear my shorts on there and I don't get much more, if I took my shorts off, maybe I would get more, activity on there. But I do learn from lesbians. And I have another shirt I want to show you right now. Here it is. It's another one to show you how much I love women. Part of my collection.
He says he loves hot moms. Woohoo!
I love hot moms. The other thing thank you very much, everybody.
Thanks, Dan Borowski.
Dan Borowski killing it. But the one thing I said earlier also, Dawn, is that you notice who's not at this news conference with Dave Sunday? Mm-hmm. The governor, Josh Shapiro.
Where's the
Why
governor?
is he not at this? Where's he protecting Pennsylvanians? Because that's all he always talks about, saving Pennsylvania. I've cut taxes. I've done this, that, and the other. Yet here's the attorney general making a statement about protecting Pennsylvania. Whether he wins or not, we don't know. But the bottom line is Josh Shapiro never shows up at any of these news conferences. Mm-hmm. Why is that?
Yeah. It's all of this is biased by omission. And like I say, with Shapiro's opponent now challenging the incumbent governor, Democrat, can you imagine, like Stacey Garrity, she'd be on The View, she'd be on the cover of Time magazine, she would be everywhere. And we have to think like that. We have to think about the omission and how it's powerful. And that's what they're doing to us. So just want to put that out
She'd
there.
also be on the cover of Hot Redheads magazine that I subscribe to. Yes, because I'm not just a blonde. I'm not a guy who just loves blondes or brunettes. Redheads too. In fact, when you're at Disney World and you go on the Pirates of the Caribbean where they have the wench auction, remember that. Bring me the redhead. Bring me the redhead.
That's right.
And so,
and Ariel
hair
the
color.
mermaid.
Exactly. Now, the only hair colors I don't like are blue, purple, green, or any of the other stuff that morbidly obese women wear and pretend that they're hip and trendy. But that's just me. You can like whatever you want. I don't tell people what to like or what to think. I just give my opinions.
I love it. In Big Three, in honor of this very special edition, this is Big Three with Bruno Borowski. We take you to South Florida's number one fisherman, best of the best, just voted best of Naples, Florida, 2026, first place, best fishing charter captain. Congratulations to my dear longtime friend, Captain Patrick Gould. And fishing adventures.
Does he take me out? I go off. My
the
boat's up
mangroves.
on my lawn. Look at all the. I love the mangroves. See, he's going out to the big water. He's going out to get the big boys.
Yeah.
And there he is, passing the jetty. Look at all the fish.
Nice.
Look
at
at all those boats.
The fish, the birds.
Oh man!
So I do a little research, of course, because many of you.
Did you go whale watching with him?
There's a
Did he show
dolphin.
you-
The friendly dolphin.
Did you show him your? Did he show you his etchings later on?
Oh yeah, his etchings. Here we are. So there's Captain Patrick Gould. I boarded his boat, and that's my BFF,
Hey now.
Colleen. Happy birthday, Colleeny Beanie. 39 and holding. Nobody does fishing or boating charters better. And so
I never get invited on these boating. I live here.
Next time.
You
I
did
have a
this.
broken boat.
Here we are.
Just remind listeners, you did this in Tony's hometown. You didn't invite him along.
Well, Tony, you're a little bit
I have not been.
further north.
Listen, I have not. Well, I've been on one person's boat since I've lived here.
Are you kidding?
One person. I'm
All
not
right.
kidding you.
Next trip, we're gonna
Outrage.
get Tony.
Does he not realize that
We're gonna
I'm
get
a
the
master baiter? When I've got the best rods and reel. I have the best lures. I can catch anybody out there. I'm a crabber. I'm an oysterman. I'm a fisher. I catch the best fish. Only the best fish.
He says he's a masturbator.
I'm a masturbator. So there we are. You saw us swimming in the clear, beautiful waters. Susie Cool's having fun with this. I didn't get any trophy
Did you
fish.
go to Sanibel? Did you go to Sanibel or Captiva?
Sanibel. Well, there are how many different little islands? So we did all of it. It was a blast. A lot of fun in the sun. And, he is a backwater guiding, fisherman, Southwest Florida. Seriously, best of the best, USCG, all certified. He's got all the certifications and whatnot, but we had a lot of fun.
Did you see any deers out there? Look at that jetty out there.
Yeah.
That's where you go out to
Isn't that beautiful?
Gulf of
Private
America
islands.
right there.
Oh, paradise. It's paradise, Tone. It's right where you are. And
there's seed to table. Yeah, seed to table.
Seed to table. We talked about it earlier, so I had to send Dan some of my photos. You got a little.
So here
I
we
did a
are.
little
This
tour.
is
Look at all these
Seed to
American
Table.
flags.
Check it out.
America.
America.
Fort Myers, Florida.
Here's your tour, Dawn. Let me cue it up, actually. I have not queued it up, and here we go.
This is the greatest grocery store combination.
Ever.
Grocery store.
Better than
disco.
Publix?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Wow.
Are you kidding me?
I mean, everyone in Florida says
Alfie
they love
Oaks
Publix.
grows, everything in there is grown at his farms. And
here you
then
go.
women walk in there at night and did you get a mimosa while you were shopping, Dawn,
Oh,
when
yeah.
you walk through this place?
It's amazing.
It's unbelievable.
That's
it's
beautiful.
unbelievable.
So this is awesome. This is seed to table. Very patriotic. Check it out. Great President Trump. There's his picture. This is awesome. Just like in Philadelphia. Hot sauces. That's pretty cute.
There he is, yeah.
Great American MAGA restaurant.
Here's the second
and
floor.
grocery store right
Second floor disco.
Woo!
Hot chicks, hot moms, they're all
Hot
in there.
mamas. Little yoga pant
People
action.
come to the supermarket to hang out in Florida.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is
not your base. This thing has a
Look at
bigger bakery than most bakeries. This thing has coffee. It has everything you want. You can go back and pick out your meat and they'll cook it for it, or your fish.
Medium
you can order
rare.
sushi.
The salsa and
order
guacamole
salad.
stand.
They have. I'm not kidding you. They have everything is absolutely perfectly made. It's the most amazing place on earth. I don't think there's another place like this. There's a lot of great grocery stores.
Yeah.
But there's not another place on earth like Seed to Table.
Yeah, it's so true.
If there is, somebody tell me.
Yeah, you can let us know, 855-839-1210. But as far as Augie Oaks, who started this, the business model focuses heavily, it's Maha, right? So it's vertically integrated produce. They move the crops directly from the local fields to the retail shelves, and that's how they keep prices down, by the way. They're not relying on the big corporate, and that's one thing that we talk about.
When you look at the vegetables, they're all perfectly, like the oranges are all stacked perfectly. Everything looks good. They got the bakery, they got coffee bars, they got drink bars. So you can buy your own wine and take it to your table and guzzle it down right out of the bottle.
Nice. It's sweet.
Now I want to go to Florida.
I know.
Hopping in the car.
I love it.
See you in 14 hours or 10.
We got to do, you know what? That's what we should do, like a special thing. And we could, rent out some space at Seed to Table, have our group. Or
I'm sure you, Nick, and Greg would be fantastic on a 14-hour.
Yeah, and Tony Bruno. Oh, no, I'm flying.
Talk about Iran.
We have to do it in the fall, though, after the hurricane season's over and it's not 200 degrees with 700% humidity.
True.
But that doesn't bother. When you live here, it doesn't bother you because you get used to the heat and humidity. It's better than cold. But in the fall, there's no better time than from November through April down here. Everybody comes down here during that time. That's where all the snowbirds come down here.
It's amazing. So let's get to, we found just to tie into a local boy fishing. This is an 8-year-old local boy, this unexpected catch at Ridley Park Lake. You're not even going to believe this. He's 8 years old.
Oh, yeah.
His name is Seamus Coffey. He's from Folsom. Here's 6ABC.
News reporter Elizabeth Worthington joins us live with more on this unusual fishtail. Elizabeth.
Yeah, Walter, Seamus and Mike Coffey come to this lake pretty regularly to fish. They usually catch small catfish, maybe a big carp if they're lucky. So while this particular catch was quite the thrill for both of them, state officials say it points to a larger problem. When 8-year-old Seamus Coffey started reeling in his catch on Saturday morning during one of his regular fishing trips with his dad at Ridley Park Lake, he knew he'd hooked something big.
I'm reeling it in, and I think there's a bass.
I was like, slow down, dude. You might lose it. This looks like something we haven't caught before.
But he and Dad Michael never expected this to be on the other end of the line.
I was like, oh, it's like a bluegill. I don't know what this is. And he said, it's a piranha.
How'd you know it was a piranha?
Because I watch YouTube.
Our biologists have confirmed that this is some species of piranha.
While the surprise catch gave the father-son fishing duo one heck of a story, Mike Parker with the Pennsylvania Fish and Boat Commission says how the piranha ended up there to begin with is evidence of a larger issue.
I think a lot of times people do, they have a dream. I want to own an exotic fish or a snake or an alligator, and it's cute when it's small, but maybe they can't afford that or house it anymore, and they decide maybe this is someone else's problem.
Yep.
How crazy is that? Look at that. So how about the fact that little Seamus, he's 8, he knew what it was, because what if Dad grabbed it? I mean, those things could take off your finger, right?
Take off more than your finger. Well,
that's crazy.
If you're a man,
if you get a crazy school of those, they'll just take you. I've seen so many horror movies. There's piranha movies, the gator movies, the shark movies, but piranhas, they'll tear you apart. You throw something into some meat into a school of piranhas, it'll look like a feeding frenzy. But apparently, there's not a big school of them. Somebody probably just, a couple of them threw them back into the water. That's what they do with gators. We don't have to do it with gators in Florida. They're here anyway. Gators overtake many places. You don't have to bring gators and dump them into water. They do it themselves.
Yeah, it's scary because a lot of those little ponds, the retaining ponds, golf courses, they tell you to run in a zigzag or whatever. Some of them get pretty big. In Florida,
but the ones who are on the golf courses, they're just basking in the sun. They're not going to bother you unless you bother them. When you see gators, you just don't walk up and try to taunt them. But the piranha teeth, man, Kathy Hochul, I think they have the same dentist. Have you seen Kathy Hochul's chops lately?
That's a sin. Yeah, so I guess with this one, obviously they didn't throw that piranha back, and so I don't know, did they destroy it? They put it somewhere in a fish tank? I don't know. I can't
Hope
find.
they didn't throw it back. If people
No.
people don't swim in that lake, do they?
No, they're
Okay.
they're saying, these exotic pets, like you heard the Pennsylvania Game Commission say, don't throw them in there. But no, I just don't know with the piranha. Did they end up donating it to some aquarium or something, or did they have it for lunch?
They just probably kill. Yeah. Nah, I don't know if they're good eats. I mean, you can eat anything basically.
Yeek.
Let's ask Google. Can you eat piranha?
And right
you can
now,
eat anything.
Yes, you can absolutely eat
Wow.
piranha. They're traditional and common food sources.
Ask RFK Jr. He's eating roadkill.
It's a meat that has a mostly mild flesh,
Ew.
a fresh and slightly sweet flavor. Some describe it as tasting similar to tilapia, trout, or bluegill. However, depending on the river conditions where it's caught, it can sometimes have a slightly earthy or muddy undertone.
Ew.
Or Ridley
Yeah.
Park Lake, maybe.
Especially in local creeks and rivers. You know what I mean? Because you don't know what's at the bottom of these things. And listen, it's great to take kids out. I mean, look at Dawn. She's out fishing, but she's not catching piranhas.
No.
I don't even think there was any piranhas in the water. They're like in South America, right? There are no piranhas in local waters in this country anywhere. There's Kathy Hochul.
Her teeth.
I don't think her teeth, actually her teeth are not bad.
Yeah.
It's just that the fact that she can't close her mouth because her teeth are so big. Other than that, she's doing a great job.
She's
doing
like
a great
Gary
job in New York.
Gary back in the day on the Stern Show. Remember that?
Gary Dell'Abate. Baba Booey.
Couldn't close his mouth.
Baba Booey. Baba Booey.
Oh.
It does look like
Oh my gosh.
lips can't fit over the teeth.
Well, speaking of big teeth needed for taking a bite out of something, lunchtime, Big Three continued with Bruno and Borowski. By the way, Nick Kayal, he had to run out. You know why he had to run out to get his special eclipse glasses for the girls? Because the moon is munching on the sun.
We'll be able to see it. Yeah, today's a big solar
Right?
eclipse. Yeah, don't go out there and look straight at. Today's like all kinds of things.
It is.
All kinds of anomalies going on, right?
Yeah.
In Hawaii, they're expecting another big storm named Lala. Did you see that?
Ooh la la.
Lala.
Is that really the name?
Lala means I love you.
Are they
La,
running out
la,
of names?
Well, they're on the middle, the LMNOP.
Yeah.
There are no other.
No, but the storms that hit Hawaii are not named like the storms on the mainland. Like the ones that hit North Carolina, Florida, Louisiana, all those places, Texas. North Carolina gets hit with more hurricanes than people think. It's Florida that gets hit with the most. North Carolina.
You're right.
When they miss Florida, they go up, and the biggest landmass is the state of North Carolina as it goes up the coast.
Yep.
This is your traffic and weather together
Woohoo.
on the 8th. What time is it here now?
Well, speaking of North
On the
Carolina, it's funny that you mentioned North Carolina because when you think about this particular eclipse today, it's the moon will look like it's taking a bite out of the sun. So the reason I bring up North Carolina, Tone, is that it's from, if you picture a globe or a map, Alaska down through North Carolina, that's who's going to see this. So I don't know what you'll see or experience, let's say, is in South Florida, but across our region, the mid-Atlantic states, the East Coast, I mean, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, all of us, we will see this about, I think the peak they're saying is about 1:45 p.m. today. And the dramatic darkness that you picture with it, that will be seen in Greenland, Iceland, and Spain. That'll be darkness.
Just like when you walk around at night in like Kensington and North Philadelphia or West Philadelphia, just don't look up when it becomes dark.
You need those
just stay
special
inside.
glasses.
Don't look straight at it though, because you'll be blind. That's what we were told when we were young boys, finding Playboys in our house. You're going to go blind. You know what I'm saying?
Playboy or the eclipse?
Pretty much the same thing when I was growing up. No, the solar eclipse is rare. We keep saying this is once in a million year thing, and then every couple of years is another solar eclipse.
Well, it's fake news. What do you expect? So and the truth is, I think we have some kind of a meteor shower that's later this evening.
Yes, the Perseid meteor shower tonight too. It's like all kinds of things. Could this be end of days? Could this, because we're seeing earthquakes in Colombia, earthquakes all over the world now.
Yeah, so I don't know what I don't know what Florida will experience that far south, but I think for us, it's going to be pretty cool. It's going to be quite a sight. So we'll wait for that.
I think Florida will experience a high of 95 with the humidity at 172%.
You got to call Fishing Adventures. I will hook you up, my friend.
I can't even go out. It's so hot. Literally, I can't even go outside for more than 5 minutes. That's how hot it is here.
I thought you liked the heat.
I do, but I mean, when you're older and you're on medication, you can't stand in the heat. I put sunscreen on. I'm not a sun worshiper. My sun exposure is accidental, not on purpose. I'm not a guy who lays out on a beach chair. Even when I go like to Sanibel or Captiva, I like to walk on the beach and look for shells. I'm one of those guys.
Nice.
Isn't it ironic though that once you get to the age where you're able to, move down to the heat becomes a burden? Sad.
It's not a burden. I love the heat.
No, you're not moving back up here, Tone? It sounded reading between the lines like you were coming back to Philly.
It's a little homesick.
Yeah.
I come back to Philly all the time because it's my hometown and I see my family. But, the weather here is hot, but I prefer heat to cold. It's
Me
as simple
too.
as that.
Fair.
I agree. And you know what else, Tone? The truth is that that doctors say this, when I lived in Florida and worked at Wink, I will say it actually thins your blood. So it's actually good for you. Did you know that?
The sun?
The heat.
Well, it's vitamin D.
Yeah.
Oh, the heat and vitamin D.
Mm-hmm. So it's actually
I just
healthier.
got my new vitamin D. This is what my doctor, people don't know this. When you take the vitamin D stuff, this is what you got to get. I only get 7 of them prescribed, and it's 50,000 ICU vitamin D, 50,000 international units. You only can take 1 a week. That's how powerful these are.
Dang.
So if you're vitamin D deficient, and you wouldn't think would be that way when you're in the sun all the time, but vitamin D, 50,000 international units. That's what Nick Hale bets on stupid NFL games or NBA games on a good night. 50,000 international units.
I love it. Tony, it's such an honor and such a pleasure. By the way, elevated tides due to the approach of the new moon today. So if you're out boating, remember that one as well. Tony Bruno, thank you so much. We love you.
Thank you, Dawn. It was a lot of fun.
You're the
love
best.
you guys.
And I will arrange
Good night, everybody.
next time I visit you, babe. We're going to take you.
If you don't, I will come down there and hunt you like a rabid dog.
And your bride, your beautiful bride. We love Mrs. Robin. Thank you. Love to you.
Good night, everybody.
We are sponsored by Kitchen Magic this summer. Kitchen Magic in Nazareth, PA, offering 40% off installation plus flexible financing, family owned since 1979. Crafts